In the past few minutes, Prime Minister Boris Johnson has published a video message to the people of Ukraine and Russia.
The scenes unfolding in the streets and fields of Ukraine are nothing short of a tragedy. Brave young soldiers and innocent civilians are being cut down. Tanks are rumbling through towns and cities, missiles raining indiscriminately from the skies. It's a generation or more since we witnessed such bloodshed in Europe. We hoped we would never have to see such sights again. The people of the United Kingdom stand with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters in the face of this unjustifiable assault on your homeland. We salute the fierce bravery and patriotism of your government, your military and your people. I'm in close contact with President Zelensky. And as Prime Minister, I speak for us all in the United Kingdom when I say once again, Slava Ukraini. This is a tragedy for Ukraine, and so too it is a tragedy for Russia. Like Ukraine, Russia is a great country with a rich history and a proud people. Like Ukraine, Russia's poets and artists and authors have shaped our culture, and Russia's soldiers fought so bravely with us in the struggle against fascism. But Putin's actions are leading to complete isolation for Russia, shunned by the rest of the international community, hit by immense economic sanctions, and facing a needless and bloody war that is already costing countless lives, from innocent Ukrainians to your Russian soldiers who will never see their families again. And to my Russian friends, я не верю, что эта война от вашего имени. This crisis, this tragedy can and must come to an end. Тому що світу потрібна вільна та суверенна Україна. Slava Ukraini.
The Prime Minister's message to Ukraine translates as glory to Ukraine. Boris Johnson's message to Russia translates to I do not believe this war is in your name. Simon Marks joins us from Washington. Hello, Simon.
Evening, Nick.
So there's been some developments about sanctions, hasn't there?
Yes, there have. I mean, as you know, earlier in the day, the European Union and the UK indicated that they were going to sanction Vladimir Putin and Sergei Lavrov personally and freeze their assets. And we all wondered whether the United States was going to follow suit. There were rumours that that was part of the plan. President Biden, of course, had been peppered with questions on Thursday at the White House about why he hadn't announced that he was personally targeting Vladimir Putin then. But a couple of hours ago now, Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, confirmed that the United States is indeed following suit.
Following a telephone conversation President Biden held with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, and in alignment with the decision by our European allies, the United States will join them in sanctioning President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov and members of the Russian National Security Team. I expect we'll have more specific details out later this afternoon.
Now, we haven't yet had more of those specific details, so we don't yet know what the American sanctions entirely involve. If they're like the European Union and UK ones, and my guess is that they will be, they won't be imposing any kind of travel ban. This is going to be largely focused on assets that they can identify, and we don't know how many of those they have identified, that are owned by Vladimir Putin and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in Western financial institutions. I think of the two of them, it might be Sergei Lavrov who's more directly impacted by that, because I suspect there's quite a labyrinthine effort underway to understand exactly where Vladimir Putin's money might be, but it's possible that Sergei Lavrov is not quite as complex in that regard. But, you know, whether these are largely symbolic or not, they are certainly designed, according to the White House, to send a very clear message to the Kremlin that there is unity between the United States, its allies and partners in Europe, and and NATO about their foursquare opposition to a Russian invasion that we know tonight has been intensifying, with bombardments continuing in Kiev, in Kharkiv, and in many of the other major population centres across Ukraine, with every indication that Vladimir Putin is absolutely determined to oust the government of President Volodymyr Zelensky. And take a listen to what President Zelensky said last night about his feeling that he and his people have, despite the sanctions and despite the assistance that was provided to Ukraine in the run-up to all of this, right now he's arguing that he and his country essentially has been abandoned by the West.
We are not afraid of anything. We are not afraid to defend our country. We are not afraid of Russia. We need to negotiate the end of this invasion, the end of this war. But now the fate of our country depends entirely on our army. We are left alone to defend our state. Who is ready to fight with us? Honestly, I see no one.
And there is no one. There's no cavalry that's about to ride over the horizon and help Ukrainian forces push back against the Russians. At the White House, Jen Psaki earlier on was asked whether President Zelensky hasn't got a point when he says he feels pretty abandoned by Western militaries.
Well, as you know, the president spoke with President Zelensky and made clear to him during that conversation that he commended his brave leadership, his brave actions, the brave actions of the Ukrainian people who are fighting to defend their country. He also conveyed our ongoing economic, humanitarian, and security support that we will continue to provide. So that is hardly standing on the sidelines. We are providing, again, the largest provider of security, economic, humanitarian assistance of any country in the world, and we will continue to support President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people.
The White House doesn't think he's been left alone?
I think I'll leave it at that.
And that is where she left it, although later on she said that the United States is considering a range of options to provide additional assistance to Ukraine without going into any detail about what those options might be.
Is what Biden is doing receiving universal support in America, or is his actions still, is the reaction to what he does still divided on party lines?
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely divided. I mean, it's divided on party lines in the sense that the Trump wing of the Republican Party is absolutely not going along with what Joe Biden is doing, and in many cases are expressing open sympathy and support for Russian President Vladimir Putin, which is an extraordinary position for anyone claiming to be a Republican to have arrived at. But we saw Steve Bannon, the former president's political Svengali, on his web-streamed TV show today, saying that Ukraine's a made-up country. It was never should never have been considered a sovereign state. I mean, absolutely echoing some of the arguments that Vladimir Putin made in his address to the Russian people earlier in the week. As you know, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the week ourselves. President Trump at one point was faulted for saying that Vladimir Putin had been savvy. We heard some words over the last couple of days from former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who described Vladimir Putin as, I don't have the precise quote, but he certainly expressed admiration for his tactical abilities while picking his words quite carefully there. Mike Pompeo, of course, one of the men who's thinking of running for the Republican Party's presidential nomination. And you can almost see when you sort of look into Mike Pompeo's eyes, a man who's struggling to figure out how he can come across as being tough on Russia and yet somewhat sympathetic to those Republicans out there who do not believe that President Biden should be doing very much, if anything, to help the Ukrainians, and absolutely should not be going to the mat for them. I mean, there are quote-unquote mainstream Republican voices. I mean, people we used to think of as being pretty far right, like Mitch McConnell, the Republicans' leader in the US Senate, even Senator Lindsey Graham, man who completely enabled Donald Trump throughout throughout 4 years in the White House. But Lindsey Graham has been pleading with Republicans this week to honour the Republican Party's traditional orthodoxy of going head-to-head and toe-to-toe with the Russians. But we are a long way away from a Republican Party that was once represented by people like the late Senator John McCain, who's actually got a street in Kiev named after him because of the degree of support that he brought to the project of Ukrainian independence. Now, on the Democratic side, I think that there is absolutely support for President Biden. I mean, he was criticised by some on the left for his decision to deploy troops to Eastern Europe, but that was before the invasion, and with NATO indicating that it's going to shore up its eastern flank with additional troop numbers, and President Biden announcing the dispatch of more troops, some of those 8,500 troops that he placed on standby here to join NATO's rapid response force. He may have a bit of a sales job to do with the left of the party, but for the most part, people are lining up within the Democratic Party behind him.
It's incredible what you've just described, because the Republican Party used to, and probably still does try to, define itself by its patriotism and its traditional opposition to Russia, and now they appear to be have completely switched position and are now supporting Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, as opposed to the President of the United States of America.
Yeah, and that, of course, is stoked by America's right-wing media. I mean, if you turn on Fox News tonight in, 3 or 4 hours' time, Tucker Carlson will be back on the air spinning his argument that, America should absolutely not be going to the mat for Ukraine, that America should be focused on providing security at its southern borders, not worrying about what Russian forces might be doing as they continue to pierce the Ukrainian border. As you and I have discussed before, a couple of weeks ago in an interview with the New York Times, Mr. Carlson was actually asked if he's a paid Kremlin agent and denied it. But you hear voices of sympathy towards Russia coming from other prominent figures, both on television and online as well. Former National Security Advisor General Michael Flynn has expressed absolutely no sympathy for what Ukraine is going through, and he remains an influential figure on what we used to consider the fringe of the Republican Party, that fringe, of course, having been mainstreamed by former President Donald Trump. And this is going to pose a real problem for anyone who wants to become the Republican Party's presidential nominee in 2024, whether that is Donald Trump or someone else. I mean, Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, who's been speaking at the Conservative Political Action Conference this week in Orlando. So has Mike Pompeo, former Vice President Mike Pence, who's been communicating a very tough stance towards Vladimir Putin, a much more orthodox Republican stance towards Vladimir Putin. But it's going to be problematic for Republicans. I mean, I think we should also put this into some historical context, though, Nick. It's not just Republicans who, on occasion, have underplayed the threat that Vladimir Putin poses to the United States. I mean, he never expressed sympathy for Vladimir Putin, but you will remember former President Barack Obama in a presidential debate ridiculing Mitt Romney, who was then the Republican Party's presidential candidate, for suggesting that Russia was America's primary national security challenge. There was a debate in which Obama turned to Romney and said, "Senator Romney, the 1980s have called, they want their foreign policy back." So there are all sorts of people that have misplayed this over the years, but certainly that extraordinary turn in the Republican Party's grassroots view of Russia is absolutely extraordinary to behold.
And what was just finally, what was extraordinary was the words of the Deputy Press Secretary talking about Donald Trump's admiration for Vladimir Putin. He's a chap, the Deputy Press Secretary, who usually speaks, quite cautiously, very circumspect in what they say. He called Donald Trump a nauseating, fearful pig. So the gloves are off.
Yeah, the gloves are off. They get irritated at the White House when they get asked questions about Donald Trump, and they do come up because reporters like myself are absolutely awash with Trump statements every single day in our email box. I can't tell you how many statements and fundraising emails we all now receive on a daily basis. It's at least a dozen a day. But the reality is that Donald Trump, whether the White House likes it or not, is the dominant figure on the Republican side of the aisle in the United States today. He might not be this time next year. He might not be by the time the presidential election rolls around. But right now, he's set himself up as the first kind of leader of the opposition in a country that doesn't formally have one.
Last time we talked, just finally, I probably said just finally already,
It's all right.
but it just occurred to me because of what you just said. Last time we talked, there was going to be this CPAC meeting, this sort of conservative get-together in Florida, and there was going to be a straw poll as to which was their preferred candidate. It was DeSantis or Trump. Has that poll happened yet?
I don't think that straw poll has yet happened. No, it's happening this weekend.
Right.
So they started meeting, I think, yesterday, and I suspect the straw poll's happening either Saturday or Sunday before the gathering closes. But no doubt, when you and I have our natter at midnight, Sunday night, Monday morning, we might have a result by then.
Very good. Talk to you then. Thanks, Simon. Simon Marks reporting live from Washington. After the break, your calls, texts and tweets. What does the West need to do now? Have we done remotely enough? Is what you've done already going to make the slightest bit of difference? We are talking about what action has been taken by the West so far, and specifically by this country, whether you think it's remotely enough, whether we are somewhat holding back, and if so, what you might think the reason for that might be. What can we do to stop Vladimir Putin from continuing and going further? 0345 6060 973. Manchester. Hello, Dan.
Hi.
Dan.
Yeah, no, I'm 31 years old, and I don't think I've ever really been as ashamed of my country as I am today. I think that the consistent cuts in defence budgets shows to me there's an integration within the Russian politics as well that has allowed corruption within our political system. I think that us standing silent, the FTSE rising and gaining back from what it fell yesterday, today shows that the sanctions are irrelevant. And I think that reality is the West is doing nothing. And like I've just heard you then mentioning about the Republicans in America saying how they are almost siding with Putin, it's shameful.
Yeah, that is absolutely extraordinary what's happening in America. It's not happening as overtly in this country, but of course there is this issue that won't go away about the Conservative Party being overly keen, let's put it like that, on accepting money from Russian sources.
100%. I think if we knew what everything that went on, we would, well, the Tories wouldn't be in power. I voted for them, and I hand on heart, I'm ashamed to say now that I've done that. I think that we're not supporting Ukraine enough. The West, NATO, has proven itself that Russia can walk into the Balkan states and will do nothing. And we pay $60 billion a year for armed forces that are just sat there useless at the minute because our politicians, for some reason that we are not privy to, don't dare step foot in Ukraine. Why can we not put our soldiers in Ukraine? I don't understand.
Well, I think the thinking is that it would cause a war between us and Russia, which is not what we actually want. If we can possibly avoid it and stop Vladimir Putin in his tracks, then that would be a good thing to do without the exchange of gunfire.
I think putting troops in Western Ukraine and informing Russia that this is the line that you do not cross. If so, there will be put it back in Russia's hands that they will cause the war. I think Russia is certainly scared of the West because it should be. It's much bigger economically and militarily as well, believe it or not. The UK has a bigger economy than Russia itself, so the EU pandering to Russia because of gas pipelines and oligarchs, billions in their cities is stupidity. So I think politicians need to remember that, the 67 million people in this country, that 99% of them do not benefit from Russian oligarchs, and they need to make quick decisions because Ukraine could fall by Monday, and this slow response is going to aid that.
All right, good to talk to you. Thanks, Dan. It does seem rather slow. It does seem, I'm no expert on international finance or any other subject for that matter, but it does seem as though we've given an enormous amount of notice to people to move their money around, which I'm sure is as easy as pressing a button on their phone, to places in which we won't be able to, to get our hands on it. These sanctions, what do they actually mean? I mean, if you go to if you tell somebody you can't get the contents of a cupboard, but we're only going to lock the cupboard tomorrow, then there's not going to be anything in there by the time you lock it. It's almost as though it's been designed not to inconvenience them, to put it mildly. Jim texts, I wonder if Putin is inadvertently a victim of his own propaganda. An intelligent person reading the same newspaper every year for 30 years may well become a racist, a homophobe, or indeed believe his or her next-door neighbour is a Nazi. Like when using the internet, being selective as to what news to choose, accept and or digest. I used to think that people in this country who voted for Brexit were all stupid. I do not believe this now to be true. Watching Putin's inane rant on the TV, he seemed, to me at least, to believe every word he was saying. Perhaps, yeah. If so, I don't know whether that's more alarming than whether he was just acting. We are trying to get through to our guest in Kiev, which is not the easiest thing, as you can imagine. While we're trying to do that, let's talk to some of the callers that are waiting to speak to me. 0345 6060 973. Southall. Hello, Manesh.
Oh, hello, Nick. Good evening. How are you?
Manesh, good, thanks.
Yeah. I'm just deeply saddened by all this and our activities. And unfortunately, sanctions which have been pre-advised will not work because, number one, it takes too long. And number two, we've already told our opponent what we're doing, when we're doing it. So Putin, unfortunately, is 3 steps ahead of us. He's already pre-factored all these sanctions in place. So he's aware of what's happening, and he's still going ahead. So therefore, this is not the action that we should continue onwards. And my belief is, if we want to beat Putin, we've got to think like a Putin, think like a Russian, act like a Russian, and perhaps it means involving cyber wars ourselves and infiltrating his internet and having some kind of technological advantage over him. But more importantly, what's the biggest fear he's got? We can't handle this because he's got a nuclear warhead. How did he get it? How did we allow him to get it? How did we allow him to infiltrate our money system around the world? And laughing at Boris having parties, and this is a joke. And my belief, the solution is, the only solution that's going to work is his own people working against him. So perhaps he should have another coup, which we can encourage in his country, and we can teach his people where their money has gone. That, I believe, is the only way. I can't see any other angle out of this situation apart from declaring war against Russia. What's your feelings on that, Nick?
Well, people have various notions as to what it is that Vladimir Putin wants and what he is most fearful of. And people have said, well, it's his money. I mean, he is reportedly, by many accounts, the richest man in the world. But he finds it difficult to spend it, certainly abroad. I mean, he can spend no end of cash in Russia, but that doesn't speak of the sort of world-spanning international figure that he aspires to be. and his hold on his money is dependent on his maintaining power, because it's not held in his own name. It's the oligarchs who've spread it around the world, and particularly in London, apparently. But it's so he must have so much money that it can't be a money thing. That's not what is motivating him. And it's perhaps the reunification of the USSR so that he can be the emperor of an empire. I mean, maybe that's just this sort of notion of grandiosity that drives him. It's hard to believe that he's actually frightened of an invasion by NATO, because that's not really what NATO does. So but the world is scratching its head as to what is the end game here. What is it that he really wants? What's driving him? Assuming that he's not just completely insane.
No, I think we passed that. It's not about his notion of what his intentions are or how psychologically pathetic he is. We've got to move beyond that. We've reached a stage where he's making actions where we have to now take different actions to stop him.
But if you don't know what his aim is, then you can't stop him from achieving it. So it's very important that you figure out what is driving him so that you can, switch his engine off, so to speak.
Well, this is it. I think we've got to outsmart him, and the only way we can outsmart him is sanctions he's expecting. So if you're playing a game of chess and you've already told someone, your opponent, your next three moves, you're not going to win that game.
No, you're not, no. All right, thanks, Manesh. 0345 6060 973. Let's see. Joe texts, Johnson is loving his Churchill moment. Well, he's been waiting for it for a good long while, and I would imagine he is, in some small way, rather delighted that this has taken our mind off his various travails. Nobody's talking about Partygate anymore. Gaz tweets, President Zelensky is right. They are standing alone tonight under the full force of a Russian invasion. I feel powerless. We should be by their side right now. Your thoughts, please. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Pinner. Anil.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Abbott. I think it's all words, as Shakespeare said. And it was always words. If Putin is Antichrist, then the attitudes of the people who run the establishment in the United Kingdom and the United States the establishments were aware that Ukraine was never going to be part of NATO. It never, ever was going to be. Russia requires a warm water port. You have to recognize the essential difficulty in which Putin finds himself. He has no warm water outlets in the Mediterranean. Everything but everything. The northern end of Russia, the Mediterranean end of Russia, is heavily guarded against, and he is totally out of action. And I cannot see Russia, who has to defend the interest, Putin, who has to defend the interests of Russia, because he's not that much of a riddle. For 20 years, he's been trying to say, look, deal with me. They refuse to deal with him. And now they come to an impasse. People have died, and they're still telling him, look, we'll do something for you, such as what? Do sanctions, personalized sanctions. How do we really count? Does Putin going to come out of Russia? And all right, you've got the foreign minister, you prevent him coming in, you'll send in a second. What does it really matter? I mean, please, for God's sake, you've got to bring Russia into the fold.
What does that mean, into the fold?
What I am trying to say is that Russia is European, but it is also Asian. And bring it in, just as you have to bring China in.
But what does bringing it in mean?
What it means is, please talk to the guy, please bring him in. You want to impose sanctions on him. You want to prevent him getting money. You really want to supply oil. The Americans really want to supply oil to Europe. They want Germany to change their oil supplier.
You think that this is about? You think that this is about America wanting to sell Germany its oil?
That's it. I think it is very much that, because they basically want to deprive Russia of financial means.
Right, so how has America made Russia invade Ukraine?
No, it hasn't made Russia invade Ukraine, but Putin has been under threat for 20 years, and he has come to the conclusion that the opposite side is never going to talk sensibly.
But talk sensibly. I think what you're saying is that we should just allow him to take over a sovereign country.
Okay, could I then interrupt what you're saying?
In order to get his hands on a warm water port.
Very important to him.
Well, yeah, no doubt. But if we thought, oh, you know what, Calais looks nice, can we just take that too?
No, it's not as simple as that. It isn't as simple as that. He is the head of a country, which is the largest country in the world. He has to protect that country and its operations.
But protect it from what, though?
Protect it from being surrounded. In the history, how many times since 1605, over 500 years, every 30 years, Russia has fought a war with people coming in from the Urals. Poland began it, Napoleon, Hitler, Crimea. I mean, let's put a stop to it, for God's sake. Even Marx is not dead. You may not like his philosophy, and it isn't being practiced, but incorporate them into the system, incorporate Latin. I'm sorry, I'm going outside my topic. I won't take your time.
But I don't see how we haven't incorporated Russia into the system. I mean, all countries in the world, particularly the large ones, are financially woven together, as we're about to find out to our cost. Because sanctions against Russia are going to hurt us too. We haven't denied them access to the modern world, and neither have we surrounded them. If a country wants to join NATO, then it should be allowed to do it. You know, I've heard this argument so many times from people who voted Brexit because they wanted to decide which international organisation they were a part of. And that was our right, apparently, but it apparently is not the right of Ukraine, whose existence people question. Is it even a real country, they say? What does it matter what the people of Ukraine do or do not want? Let's decide their future on the basis of what a dictator from another country wants. I can't see the sense in that. But thanks, Anil. The mayor of Kiev says it is a difficult and dangerous night. Let's go to there and talk to a conflict journalist reporting from Kiev. It's Oz Chatterjee. Hello, Oz.
Hello.
So what's been happening?
The last few hours have been pretty difficult here in central Kiev. There've been several air raid sirens have gone off. We've heard what sounds like artillery volleys. It's unclear whether they're incoming or outgoing. They're just loud rumbling booms that I haven't been able to locate exactly where in the city they're coming from, but they have been inching closer to the center of Kiev. I was out and about earlier. The streets are dead. Families are packed into these underground stations where they're using them as bomb shelters. It has huge shades of World War II, to be honest with you, the whole experience.
Are people abandoning the city, or are they staying in some numbers?
I mean, a lot of people tried to abandon the city when they got the opportunity to, but my experience is a lot of people are taking arms and going out onto the streets to defend their country. They've been given arms by the Ministry of Defense, and you know, there are the only queues I've seen in this city are not people panic buying or hoarding. They're stocking up on weapons and rifles and ammunition.
We've heard reports of people actually coming in the opposite direction from other countries and other parts of Ukraine in order to defend the capital.
I mean, I can't confirm that because I haven't seen it, but given what I have learned and what Ukrainian people have taught me and told me over the last week or so is that they're prepared to fight for this city to the last man.
Are the television stations and the radio stations still working?
Yeah, internet's still running, power's still running. Things are still up as it stands. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm not watching much Ukrainian TV out here. Life in the capital is dead. There's no shops open. There's no people on the streets. But there very much is a sense that the city is resisting what's happening to it.
And is the president's message getting through?
I mean, again, the issue is I've only been here just over a week, right? So my experience talking to people was that they weren't Zelensky's biggest fan necessarily going into this. But a lot of people are, rising to the occasion, as it were. And one of the sentiments that I've heard a lot is, he's not the person I want for president, but, I will fight for him. He's my president. It's a sort of weird kind of, I don't have to like the man, but I will die for my right to vote for him as my democratic leader is kind of the impression that I'm getting from a lot of people. And Zelensky's words, his actions, his speeches in the last 72 hours have been, from an outsider's perspective, brave, humbling, defiant, inspiring. It's difficult to imagine what you would do in his position. Any human being would do in his position. The Russians want to kill him. This is clear. The signals intelligence has told us this. President Biden has told us this. Zelensky, speaking to his allies in the West, said this may be the last time you hear me alive tonight. So I think whatever political differences you may have with a man like Volodymyr Zelensky, he has shown his caliber as a human being in these last 72 hours.
How has the actions of NATO countries, outside countries, gone down in Ukraine? What are the locals saying about the help or lack of it that they're getting?
I'll be honest, that there've been some. Speaking as an ardent Remainer, this is it's interesting to come away with this perspective. But there's been a lot of criticism of the EU, of Germany, of France, even, but a lot of praise for the United Kingdom. I mean, maybe it's because I'm British, so when people talk to me, they obviously want to talk to me about Britain's role in this. But of all the countries, this is interesting for our domestic. Of all the countries, people they make a special point of pointing out Britain's solidarity with Ukraine has been unshakable, and I think it's worth mentioning that while we might not be here out in the streets helping defend Ukrainian people, we have sent them significant support, military, hardware, diplomatic support, hopefully operational and logistical support. It's in Ukrainians' hands now, and it's in the hands of the capitals of Western countries to decide just how far they're willing to go to defend Ukrainian liberal democracy.
It is interesting that Boris Johnson, I mean, I have read that the Ukrainians seem to be somewhat in love with Boris Johnson. He's more popular there than he is here.
I think that when you are a nation under threat and you have someone unequivocally standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Now, for whatever reasons that may be, look, it should be no surprise to people that I'm not Boris Johnson's biggest fan. So I wouldn't praise him for anything unless I absolutely believed that he had done the right thing, and Ukrainian people are telling me that he's doing the right thing, so I have to listen to them. But the response from the opposition parties, Labour, has been impressive. The SNP, they've all shown solidarity with the Ukrainian government, and it's a time for, during something as huge as this, as era defining as this will be the war that our children and grandchildren remember, in the same way that Iraq was 20 years ago. But this is bigger, much bigger than Iraq, if you ask me. Much bigger. Iraq wasn't a liberal democracy. This wasn't this naked war of aggression that Russia has launched against Ukraine because it believes that Ukrainians don't have the right to sovereignty or independence or democracy. This is an era-defining moment, and it's time for partisan differences to be put aside. And I think that the British Parliament has been doing an incredible job of that, because right now what matters is the Ukrainian people.
Can I just ask you about the justifications that Vladimir Putin has been putting forward, and what your experience is of your time there? I mean, he says, the phrase that jumps out at you is that the mission in Ukraine is to denazify Ukraine. What do you know about that?
I mean, Putin's an expert in Nazis and neo-Nazis because he's been funding them around the world for many, many years now. Outright white supremacists are Vladimir Putin's favorite people. Vladimir Putin is a fascist. Ideologically, he is a fascist. There is no disputing that he is a hard right, ultra-nationalist totalitarian. He is a fascist through and through. So whatever excuses he wants to, whatever significant problems Ukraine has with the far right, which it does, it doesn't have any far-right members of parliament. None of them won seats in the last Liberal Democratic election, which Ukraine has, which Russia does not. Nobody should believe that. They're just outright lies. And to call the Jewish president of Ukraine a Nazi it takes some audacity from a fascist, from a tyrant as heinous and horrific as Vladimir Putin is. It really is. It's sort of insulting to even have that pathetic, fabricated pretext used as a justification for his naked war of aggression against the Ukrainian people.
Just on a personal note, Oz, what are your plans? Are you staying?
I'm staying in Ukraine. I'm staying in Kiev. There are 3 million people in this city. There are 3 million people here. So I'll stay with them.
Well, it was good to talk to you, and I hope that you can spare the time to talk to us on LBC in the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's Oz Chatterjee, a conflict journalist reporting from Kiev. Boris Johnson has said that nothing is off the table concerning the reaction to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Let's talk to Frank Ledwidge about that. He is a barrister, former military officer who has served in the Balkans, Iraq and Afghanistan, and author of the books Losing Small Wars and Investment in Blood. Hello, Frank.
Hey there, Nick.
When Boris Johnson says nothing is off the table, he doesn't actually mean that, does he? Because has he not already ruled out putting British troops in the area?
I'm not sure he's ruled it out that explicitly, but certainly implicitly, and I'd be very surprised if we were going to see line British soldiers, which is to say battalions, companies and formations like that on the ground in Ukraine. We'll certainly see them, and we are seeing them very visibly and purposely visibly in the Baltics. At least one of my friends is heading off there very soon, in Poland and throughout the NATO area in the Air Force and Navy. The question is, which we'll never hear the answer to probably in our lifetime, the degree to which certain special forces units, perhaps some of whom might be on leave at the moment, may be involved. I doubt it myself, but somehow means will have to be developed to get weaponry to Ukrainian insurgents, and that traditionally is done through those kind of soldiers. We're not there yet. We may never get there, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that was being envisaged.
Now, you say that British troops are in the Baltic area. What are they doing there, and how many of them are there?
Well, at the moment, there are about, it's difficult to say, there'll probably be about 1,000. There'll be a battle group's worth. There will be other troops throughout. I think there's a naval task group now heading towards Norway. HMS Diamond left today from Portsmouth. That's a scheduled exercise, but I suspect it will be a very operationally focused exercise, even more than usual. The NATO reaction force has been alerted today for the first time ever onto operations. That will include at least a squadron, I should think, of our strike and fighter aircraft to be dedicated to NATO work. We've already got fighter aircraft over Poland these days. That's fairly open source stuff. And that's where we are. In other words, Britain is crucially helping to strengthen the backbone of NATO in the Baltic areas alongside many of our allies.
Right, so it's a fully armed group of troops, but they're not there for training purposes, is what I'm sort of getting at.
No, they're not there for training purposes now. They're there for deterrent purposes. And we have had battle groups worth of British soldiers in the Baltic states for the last since 2015. They have been there to act essentially as a tripwire, as a deterrent tripwire. Now what's happening is it's realised that tripwires aren't going to do, and there needs to be deterrence. There needs full panoply defensive arrangements set up to ensure that should Putin decide to move on from Ukraine, which is by no means impossible, many people think, then he's going to meet an extremely robust response under NATO auspices, which will, in due course, conventionally at least defeat him.
What about the approach of other countries? I mean, are we alone over there, or is the rest of is the EU countries joining in? What about America?
Oh, no, we're by no means alone. All of the major NATO countries are alongside us. The main rapid reaction force of NATO is led by France. There's a French regiment and German regiment. There are Polish and Portuguese elements in that. The Polish army, which is very formidable, is already on high alert. And the US has sent about 15,000 troops already into Eastern Europe. So we're part of a much bigger effort.
I mean, what you're describing sounds like NATO forces, working with one sort of thought in mind, which is not necessarily how it has been with NATO in a recent history, is it?
No, Afghanistan didn't help. I think we lost a lot of morale there. We've spent much of the last 20 years on what I and many others I think regard as displacement activities as irrelevant conflicts in peripheral areas when we should have been focusing on the real threat, which was Russia. Anyway, we're past that now, and I think NATO is focusing on the key threat to Europe and our way of life, which is the Russian Federation and its leader, and of course further afield, the People's Republic of China and its Communist Party.
Yeah, one of the reasons that Vladimir Putin puts forward is that he was concerned about NATO creeping towards his borders. Is it perhaps ironical that what his action has done is to strengthen NATO?
Yeah, it is ironical, and certainly that's the last thing that he would have wanted. Although I suspect it's baked into what's happening now. In other words, I think it's fairly obvious that it was something he would have expected. And politically speaking, I don't think this is something that. I mean, in the best case scenario for Putin, of course, he might have been able to drive some wedges between, states like Hungary and Poland and the rest of the West, as it were, but that hasn't happened.
Can you give us an idea of the nature of the Russian troops? I mean, are these just teenagers who have been put into uniform? Were they battle-hardened people? What's the nature of his forces?
Right, there are two kinds of regular or Russian army forces. The first kind are called contracted soldiers. They tend to be the NCO cadre. There are about 40% of the force are contracted soldiers. They're professionals. They're the ones you're going to see in the airborne units, in the special units, some of the more capable infantry units. The rest of the force are essentially conscripts. Those are the ones that we're seeing captured. Those are the ones we're seeing interrogated. They will surrender, obviously for very good reason. I often don't know why they're there, fairly quickly. So you've got about a 40-60% mix of professional soldiers and conscripts in the Russian army, although it might be edging towards 50% these days. Those figures are a couple of years old. Yeah, that's pretty much how it is for them. And in terms, if I'm just one other thing, in terms of their combat experience, you're going to have a fairly large group which will have experience in Syria and perhaps Africa, but most of them will have no battle experience at all.
And is that not the opposite of the troops that they're going to be facing in Ukraine, who are battle hardened?
Well, the Ukrainians will post and rotate units to the Donbass area and have done for the last 6 or 7 years, and many of them will have combat experience there, or at least experience in a fairly low intensity conflict, the kind of thing that perhaps we might have done in Afghanistan. None of them will have high intensity combat experience, I suspect, within the last 2 or 3 years, although there will be some who had it in 2014, 2015. But most Ukrainian soldiers will be new to the fight, as it were, I would suspect.
Did you read reports that some of the Russian troops laid down their weapons when they realised what their mission actually was? They thought, oh, we're fighting Ukrainians. Well, these are our brothers and sisters. Did you read that?
Yes, I think that there are plenty. They're not new in being soldiers that don't really know what they're fighting for. I very much suspect as well they were told, or their propaganda will have told them that they would have been welcomed. And I don't know if your listeners have seen some of the remarkable little acts taking place of courage from Ukrainian citizens approaching Russian soldiers and saying things like, "I'm going to give you some sunflowers so that some seeds so that sunflowers can grow when you leave your body here on the land of Ukraine." And that may come as a surprise, that attitude to some of the younger troops. But I suspect for those Russian soldiers or servicemen who've worked in places like Syria, they'll fully understand what the situation is, and it won't bother them, that kind of thing.
With the nature of the troops that you've described on either side of the borders, in the confusion of all this, is there the potential that somebody on either side doing something that was either by mistake or they just decided to shoot somebody that they didn't like? Can we, by that method, stumble into a much bigger war than the one that we're looking at?
Yes, very much so. And the scenarios are endless of that. You might have, for example, a Ukrainian aircraft being chased by a Russian one. You could have missiles going astray from the Black Sea, the Russian Black Sea Fleet. You could have skirmishes that cross the border and with Russian elements engaged by, say, Polish forces. Should the fight get that far, I don't think it would. Yeah, there are all kinds of scenarios which could present a real danger. But that was the case also in places like Syria. And what was done there was that you would have the command structures of the Allied side and the Russians talking every day. It isn't particularly well known, it's not secret, that conferences take place between American commanders and Russian commanders in Syria, saying we're going to be doing this today and we don't need to be encountering your guys, and vice versa, to avoid that kind of thing. It's my understanding that from open sources and reading the press, that kind of arrangement isn't quite as formalized as it was in Syria, where both Americans and Russians were operating, but that it's likely to be present on a fairly informal basis to ensure that this kind of thing doesn't happen.
Now, the title of one of your books is Losing Small Wars. Does what we're looking at here, does it count as a small war? Excuse me, a small war?
this is not a small war. The reference there was Libya, Afghanistan, and Iraq, which are traditional colonial counterinsurgencies, really, although on a fairly large scale. Now, this is a major conflict, and in my view, it's the start of a much longer and perhaps even higher intensity conflict between Russia and the West. I don't think this is going to finish when or if Kiev is subdued or forced to surrender.
And can you see the scenario in which Vladimir Putin can lose?
I would be struggling to see a scenario where, politically speaking, he could win. I don't think he or his advisors have spooled out the political strategic consequences of all this in the medium term. I think in the long term, this is going to be a major strategic defeat for Russia, in that they have lost any legitimacy. It'll be interesting to see tonight whether China votes with them in the Security Council. If they don't vote with them, if they abstain, that will be a major defeat, I think, for Putin, as he will see the world truly on all sides turning against him. I don't think that will happen. But to answer your question directly, I can't see a pathway to anything that looks like anything other than a temporary tactical victory in Ukraine for Putin. I think there'll be an insurgency and a drip feed of blood, sadly, of Russian soldiers' blood and of civilians and resistance fighters' blood now for several years, perhaps, or several months, and perhaps even years to come. And no way could that be counted anything other than a strategic defeat.
Frank Ledwidge, a barrister, former military officer who has served in the Balkans, Iraq and Afghanistan, and author of the books Losing Small Wars and Investment in Blood. And Frank Ledwidge was talking there about the UN resolution, the UN Security Council voting on the resolution condemning Russia, and he said that if China abstained, then it would be a significant result, and that's exactly what's happened. China, India and the United Arab Emirates abstained from condemning Russia. Russia, of course, did not, and they have veto, and so that resolution does not go forward. But that's a predictable result. Woodford Green, Liboff.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
It's not really Woodford, it's Woodburn Green.
Okay. What would you like to say?
Well, I am a Ukrainian which was born and grew up in Soviet Union until I was 42. And I came in UK in 2002 just because it was at the time kind of still pro-Russian not regime, but it was after Soviet Union collapsed. We still have a lot of corruption, and I just came here for thinking for 2 years, and I realized how good, really nice human lives here.
Yeah.
In 2002, and I stay still since then. I was qualified in Ukraine midwife, and I tried to step in UK as working as a midwife as well. So at the moment I'm working as a healthcare assistant, and I'm working with many different kind of people, old people who experience war, and they are really terrifying what's happening now in Ukraine. When I'm hearing that I'm from Ukraine.
So you were born in Ukraine, but you grew up in Ukraine. You grew up in Russia. So where do your sympathies lie?
It wasn't Russia. It was Soviet Union.
Right.
Yeah. And Soviet Union contained 15 different countries, including Ukraine.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. So
Belarus.
Right. Okay. I got you.
Yeah. So, and but yeah, I was brought up as part of Soviet Union, and only when I came to UK in 2002, 2 years later, I realized that all history which I was taught in that country, in Soviet Union, was completely wrong, and. That's what I'm trying to say about propaganda and everything what British people and European people and people in the world hearing from, it's absolutely disaster for brain. And this affecting now all population in all world. The Putin and that kind of part of world, I don't want really name Russia, because Russian people are very, very friendly, very nice people. I always name them like Kremlin, because this is part of only group of people who really ruling that world so badly.
Right. Okay. So we can't conflate what comes out of the Kremlin with the ideas and the thoughts and the actions of Russian people in general. Do you get the feeling then that the Russian people are for or against what Vladimir Putin is doing?
I would say now about 75% of population in Russia would be against of what he's doing if they would know exactly what's happening.
Do you think it comes down... Sorry to interrupt, but do you think it comes down to age? Is it that the older you are in Russia...
Yes, definitely. Yes,
right.
yes. That was my point, because my daughter is working in IT, and she has to work with people around the world, and she's working with youngest people in Russia, and that's what she's saying, that most people in Russia, they cannot understand what's happening because they knew Ukraine is independent country.
Right, so so to be clear, the older you are in Russia, the more likely you are to support Vladimir Putin's actions.
Correct.
Right.
Absolutely, yes. Because they've been grow up in that kind of era, they... and I understand them very well because I've been grow up the same, you know.
I suppose it's also... sorry to interrupt, but I suppose it's also the fact that the older you are, the less likely you are to be internet savvy, and so the information that you will be getting will be from the state itself on television and radio.
Yes. So they're not updating, they're absolutely stuck on television, and that's why... And this is kind of Russia heading towards a really big breakdown between the generation, because obviously all the generation is dying, they're getting sick, they're dying, and younger generation, they're growing up, they're getting more knowledge, and they are stronger. So Putin knows that this comes to the point that he has to now or
never. Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for that, Libov. That's a very interesting take on it. It's there's some reflection on our own experience. There seems to be a bit of a war between the ages here as well. If you take the pensioner vote out of the equation, then A, we would have not left the European Union, and B, Jeremy Corbyn would have been our Prime Minister. The difference in opinion is really stark, above and below about 60 years old, both here and apparently in Russia.
Oh, hi, Nick. What it is, I believe that, the whole world should carry on working on isolating Russia, but we shouldn't put United Nations, the NATO troops on the ground. But what the UN's got to do is they've got to actually broker a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. It's pointless, all these lives being lost. We know Russia ultimately will win, and it's just... it's pointless to carry on the fighting. So, then once they broker a ceasefire, then the UN could get, peacekeeping troops to go there. And even if Russia, they'll be part of then the peacekeeping troops, and they could bring back sort of anyone who wants to leave Ukraine back to Russia. But, we can't get into a world war about it.
But that presupposes that... Vladimir Putin is interested in a ceasefire.
Well, that's what we've got to try, and the only thing we've got to do is just make sure the whole world carries on just isolating them. I mean, we shouldn't be. I mean, we've banned Aeroflot from flying to the UK, but I mean, no countries should now be flying to Russia. I mean, just only a few essential flights just to let people move back where they want to go. And, they've got to be just closed off from the rest of the world. And ultimately, he's going to have to find a way out. And his way out will be to be part of the peacekeeping. They've got their shot soldiers there already. Everyone just stops fighting. I mean, the longer it goes on, the more people will die. It's going to be more difficult for everyone to get around the table and resolve it. And it's got to be resolved. I mean, the war doesn't work.
Yes, but there is only one person that might stand in the way of that, and he is, of course, the person that started this in the first place. It would be good if we could indeed stop the aggression and talk around a table, but we'd have to persuade Vladimir Putin that would be in his interests, and whether that's possible or not, well, we'll find out, I suppose. Thank you, Matthew. Archie texts, Putin will drag this out till April, and then China will take Taiwan, and then the West is in a difficult situation. Al texts, when the USA starts having problems with China, will it want Europe to support it? Allies work both ways. Given the USA's weird recent behaviours, I think Europe should be less dependent on the USA militarily. Weird recent behaviours? Are you talking about Donald Trump? Is that the weirdness that you are referring to? And Roger texts, Republicans supporting Putin is like some lefties here having so much hatred for Boris that they support Putin over anything that Boris does. Well, it's interesting that the lefties and the righties both seem to be in favour of Vladimir Putin. The hard left and the very right wing seem to like Vladimir Putin a lot. It's the majority in the middle that aren't so keen. Wolverhampton, hello, Jake.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Very good. I think we need to really, really look at the picture of the two people that matter here. And I think, personally, the two people that matter here are Vladimir Putin himself and the man that he sees when he looks in the mirror. I think since his premiership in sort of the late 90s, early 2000s, I think on his watch, a hell of a lot has happened that has almost sort of made Russia a far less of a power than what it was. And I think he almost hates himself for that. I think he's in a position where he's seen the breakup of the Soviet Union, he's seen EU get stronger, he's seen NATO get stronger, and he's seen that the sort of democratic influence from the West has increased. And I think he's now at an age, at 69, where he may feel like he's coming to the end himself in terms of the sort of power overthrow in Russia and the younger generation. And I think ultimately he's in a position where the world is quite weak, right? We've come out of Afghanistan. The Americans don't have the stomach for war. Biden definitely doesn't, because ultimately he doesn't want to lose his political vote, and by putting any military troops into Europe, he will lose a political vote.
Well, he has many troops in Europe already. I mean, there's tens of thousands of US troops.
Yeah, there's a big difference between putting troops in Europe and actively going to war with them. Right?
Quite.
Ultimately, he needs influence. He will always need influence, no matter where that is in the world. But to basically send people to death, which is ultimately what that is doing, is very influential on the vote. And he can't afford to lose
that's one advantage that Putin has over leaders in the West, is that Vladimir Putin is not dependent on the support of the people. He doesn't require their vote to maintain his grip on power.
Exactly, and ultimately he doesn't care for Russia. He's not. He's very far right. He's all right. He's a Nazi himself, right? He's not pro Russia. He's pro the Kremlin, and that is it. He's out for himself, and he's out for his own personal interests. And ultimately, I think that by seeing the demise of Russia and the demise of the Soviet over his premiership, it's really, really hurt him. And I don't think he can allow that to happen before he comes to an end.
Okay, thanks, Jake. It is an interesting thought that Vladimir Putin is not actually acting in the interests of Russia at all. I mean, he paints himself as a patriot, of course, But his every action seems to have the opposite result to that which he is publicly intending. I mean, the amount of money that the Russian people have lost to him and his cronies is absolutely staggering. What's quite shameful is that most of it, well, not most of it perhaps, but a significant amount of it has been washed through the City of London. Elephant and Castle, Jello.
Yeah, hello. Hello there, Nick.
Yes, sir.
You say what the West need to do to stop this madness. I have 2 points. First, the first one is how they're going to stop Putin. The second one is the ramification of Putin winning this war. The first one is what they have to do is to arm the. First of all, is to take the present government out of Kiev and take them on exile. Then arm the Ukrainian to the teeth, long missiles, anything that you can put your hands on apart from nuclear materials. Give it to them. And stop sanction Putin to the teeth. Allow any innocent Russian to leave the country. But apart from the normal innocent civilians, every Russian, that whether you're a policeman, you are a member of the government, you are a military man, there's to sanction each and every one of them. You will see people who start to desert the army, the police, because everyone that's with the government, they're all collide. I mean, they're all guilty of what's going on, and isolate the country total isolation. Nothing. Any family member from Russia that work for the government, the kids that lives abroad, send them, all of them back. If they think Putin is a democratic, it's a nice place, it's nice country to live, it's nice government to be with, you will see within short period of time. Believe me, they would turn around and they would tie Putin and kneel him on the ground. Then the other thing again, if Putin win, if he take over Kiev, he's gonna move on to the next country. And my suggestion is the lesser of the two evils, because once he move in, anything could happen. He could move into any country. We're gonna end up in something bigger than what the Western country going to lose now economically, because should he attack any NATO member country, it's going to be all-out war. And the same losses that the Western government has scared of right now, we're going to lose more than that. And the other thing again, people are seeing the West as weak. Right now, countries are rather. Most countries rather ally themselves with Russia because they know they will be much safer than being in the hands of the West, because the West will always betray them. Because look what happened to Kiev today. I mean, to the Ukrainian government today. Believe me, either way, they got. If things continue as it is, they're going to take over the country, and they're not going to be member of NATO. And they will even lose whatever they had before.
But so does that actually constitute betraying them, though?
Yeah, of course it is, though, because I didn't see any reason for the NATO or United States or UK to say they're not going to put on the ground, because Putin not going to. If believe me, I guarantee you this: if they had a NATO troop in Ukraine, Putin will not use any nuclear bomb. They're going to be a conventional war. Yes, a lot of people will die, but at the end of the day, he will withdraw, because nobody on earth is mad to use a nuclear bomb, because only one you're going to use, only one time, right? That's all you're going to use, and he's only one person. Even if you got thousands of them, you understand? He's not going to launch thousands of missiles all over the world. And you have how many countries with nuclear deterrent?
Right,
So it's not going to do it.
5 or
it's a brag.
6 that we know about. Yeah, okay, I'm not sure that... I mean, people are talking about the prospect of nuclear war. You have to imagine that that's... He didn't actually say it, Putin. I mean, that's what we're inferring from what he said, that we're going to suffer consequences that, like the likes of which you'd never seen before. That was inferred as meaning that it will be all-out nuclear war. But, I mean, that can't possibly be the case. That can't possibly happen. But then, if we were thinking about this prospect a month or so ago, we would have probably said that he can't possibly roll tanks into Ukraine. In fact, there was a video going around social media today from a few years ago that has not aged well, and it was Boris Johnson sitting in front of one of these select committees who was saying that the idea of having a tank war in Europe was inconceivable, and that we didn't need to spend money in that regard. What we have spent vast amounts of money on appears to be giant bits of kit, like exciting, glamorous ships and submarines and so on, that you can stick a Union flag on that look great in the background of a prime ministerial selfie. Not the sort of nuts and bolts, the boring stuff that we actually are in want of now. Oh 0345 6060 973 LBC.
LBC.
Good evening and welcome. This is Andrew Marr.
Tonight with Andrew Marr on LBC.
I was looking for a place where I could speak frankly. That's LBC. I was looking for somewhere that is fast-moving, exciting, fresh. That's LBC.
Tonight with Andrew Marr.
This is a new kind of show. I want to call things out. If someone is lying, I want to say that they're lying.
Starts Monday the 7th of March.
6 p.m. is more or less the perfect time. LBC is now the only place to go.
Tonight with Andrew Marr.
Starts Monday the 7th of March from 6 p.m. Listen on your radio and watch on Global Player.
LBC.
Philip Schofield here. To find out if you can sell your car to We Buy Any Car, just answer the following question. Is your car a car? If you answered yes, then we'll buy your car. From a few £100s to over 100 grand. We buy any car, any make, any model, any condition. The clue's in the name. To find out how much your car's worth in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Admin fee may apply. For more information, see WeBuyAnyCar.com/info.
UK Export Finance can help your business realise its export potential. In 2020 through 21, we provided £12.3 billion of support for UK exports by providing government-backed finance and insurance. We can help you win contracts with attractive finance terms. Got orders overseas? Fulfil them with a working capital loan. Entering a challenging market? Get paid with the right insurance.
To get the exporter's edge, search UK Export Finance or call us on 0800 538 5111.
Introducing Chase, the digital bank that makes every day rewarding.
Well, hang about. What does that mean?
Well, you get 1% cash back on your everyday debit card spending.
Like on my travel?
Yes.
On my decaf frappa skinny latte?
Well, sure, whatever that is.
Cash back on this dress?
Absolutely.
And what about dinner?
By all means.
And a drink afterwards?
It would be rude not to.
And my cab home?
Allow me. Get 1% cash back. Make more of every day. Chase. Search Chase Bank.
Cashback exceptions apply. Available for the first 12 months.
Commuting into the office? Top up, tap in, go. Reconnecting with friends and family? Top up, tap in, go. Day tripping to the coast? Top up, tap in, go. With our improved Key Smart Card, loading, managing and using your tickets for travel has never been easier. To get yours, search Southern Key Smart Card. Southern, we're with you.
How could UU lower your carbon footprint?
You could turn your heating down 3 degrees and wear your UU bottle.
UU. Go to uubottle.com.
Nipping out to get bin bags?
We've got some.
Well, I better take the dog out.
We don't have a dog.
Okay. The Double Big Mac is back at McDonald's.
Right, get the keys.
The Double Big Mac is here for a limited time. Don't miss it.
Served after 11 a.m, subject to availability at participating restaurants until the 15th of March.
We got boosted for the team. Chris, pass the ball. I'm on.
We got boosted to get together. How have you been? You been all right? Oh, gosh, I haven't seen you guys.
I got boosted because I don't want to get really ill.
We got boosted.
Join us.
Let's get protected.
Over time, 2 doses do not give you enough protection against COVID-19. Get boosted now at nhs.uk/COVID vaccination.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Nick Abbott.
0345 6060 973. Joe texts, "This is heartbreaking. The Ukraine President Zelensky told EU leaders this might be the last time you see me alive." Livio texts, "For the last 60 years we've been told that we have to have nuclear weapons to guarantee our safety. Now we're being told that we daren't risk a war with Russia because they have nuclear weapons. Surely this is an irrelevance, since if they were to use them against us, then we would retaliate accordingly. Mutually assured destruction is, I believe, what it's called," says Livio. Therefore, any conflagration we may have with Russia will remain a conventional fight unless Putin is completely unhinged and decides to nuke us anyway. It always did seem a bit of a bizarre justification to have nuclear weapons. I didn't quite get that, because I think it's probably true that if you are the first to launch a nuclear weapon, then almost by definition you'd have to be insane. And if you are insane, then you're not thinking of the consequences of your action. So it wouldn't make any difference whether your opponent had nuclear weapons or not.
Morning, Nick.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, those make several points, really. One is it's almost gobsmacking how Biden has allowed Putin to take Ukraine the way he has. As soon as the tanks were piling up at the border, they should have been putting in sanctions then to crash the ruble and crash the Russian stock market, and not after. It seems very hindsight that the EU, Biden and Boris Johnson have reacted like this. Secondly, the second point I'd like to make is that a good point was made by by Donald Trump. I know it's not, I wouldn't call him a great man, but I'd say he's quite right in what he said, that he would never have allowed it to get to this point where we are allowing Russian tanks to roll into Ukraine in the first place.
What makes you think that? Because Donald Trump is on record as saying that he doesn't think that Ukraine is a country. He would have been siding, and is siding, with Vladimir Putin.
But on the same token, though, that he was quite good at brinkmanship in Biden. He knows how, and Putin was fully aware of how weak Biden was when Biden evacuated Afghanistan. And but what Trump was good at was that he was able to. I think he was able to do fantastic brinkmanship in regards to North Korea. If you look at his record with North Korea, China.
What about his record with North Korea impresses you? What did he achieve?
That he shook hands on the border. He was, I believe, he was the first president to to cross the border since the Korean War.
But what does that achieve?
I think it achieves an idea that actually the lines are open for conversation. Whereas with Biden, I don't think the lines have been there. I think it was Biden who cancelled the meeting prior to the invasion of Ukraine.
Having a conversation with Kim Jong-un didn't actually achieve a single thing.
But I think it's that fear. It's sort of like that sort of like leveling up.
Okay, what you're describing is that people didn't know what Donald Trump was going to do next, probably because Donald Trump didn't know what Donald Trump was going to do next. He just thought it up and did it on the spot. That's not really something to praise. And the notion that Vladimir Putin would not have had the nerve to take Ukraine if Donald Trump was in power is completely the opposite of the truth, because, as I said, Donald Trump is an admirer of Vladimir Putin and has in the past approved of the takeover of Ukraine by Russia and is sitting in admiration of Vladimir Putin's actions today. So it would have happened quicker, and the sanctions probably would not have been levelled at all. But I do agree with you that they came a bit late. Thanks for that, Nick. 0345 6060 973. Jane says it's a terrible situation that the rest of Europe and the UK could stop if they really wanted to. If we just had strong enough leaders, we could have provided more of a deterrent. I fear this really is the start of a larger war to come, one that we have already seen twice before in Germany. It is interesting that although the various countries of NATO do appear to have become closer and are thinking in consort after the invasion of Ukraine, there has been some reluctance to really impose sanctions as with one voice, because Italy wanted their luxury goods to be excluded from sanctions. They're still keen to sell expensive bags and shoes to rich Russians. The Germans didn't want the oil to stop from Russia. We were very reluctant to inconvenience the banks in the City of London, and everybody wants to say that they're doing the right thing and they're taking tough measures, but it all seems a bit, yes, okay, we'll go along with that, but let's protect ourselves while we're doing it. It's a reluctance to actually suffer the consequences of the strongest possible measures without actually, exchanging gunfire. Ballum, hello, Keith.
Oh, hello, Nick. Thanks for having me on. Fantastic discussion. I could hear the incredulity in your voice, actually, Nick, when you were talking about nuclear weapons. And I'm just wondering whether this reflects, and quite understandably, a wider problem with this whole situation, because we really do have to face up to that reality. I mean, am I right in saying it's the first European war which we start with tens of thousands of nuclear weapons in the background?
Yes.
So it's a unique moment.
There's been, it depends on what you mean by war. I mean, there's been conflagrations, of course, but...
Yeah, but with the main protagonists having that degree of weaponry.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's not a normal war, and we really should think about what the implications of that are. Do you agree with me?
Well, so far it's a normal war. It can get abnormal at any moment, but if we sort of harp on that, then we're going to be rooted to the spot with fear and unable to do anything.
Well, I take that point very, very, very well. But, on the other hand, nor do we want to sleepwalk into a situation. If we're honest with ourselves about what we're facing, and it is a difficult thing to face up to, there's a greater chance, I think, of finding a route that avoids the worst case scenario. And you were asking, what should the UK do? I think what the UK should be doing is trying to get to the bottom of, if by back channels or whatever intelligence services, Putin really wants. Now, look, he's not going to probably tell us what he really wants, because, by definition, he's an extremely clever and sneaky operator, and he will keep his cards as close to his chest as he can. But it would be great if there was somebody in the background, let's just pray that there is, who has some sort of back channel to him. Because what we're all asking ourselves is, where is he going to stop? We think we're looking at the invasion of Ukraine. We're not. We're looking at the invasion of Western Europe. That is the borderline with Western Europe. That's what's at stake. Does Western Europe have any independence anymore? The man who's doing this has 6,000 nuclear weapons. So we have to face up to that fact. What does he really want? Does he want to take over the whole of Western Europe? Or has he got a limited goal? I suspect it's a limited goal. Because however bad he is, I don't think he's mad. There's a lot of talk at the moment about he's deranged. I think that lets him off the hook. He's worse than that. He's horribly rational. That's my personal view.
But it would be irrational. But if that's the case, it would be irrational then to pick a fight with the rest of Europe outside the border of Ukraine, because he's going to bump into NATO, and NATO includes America, and America spends more on its defence than the next highest spending 8 countries put together.
Yes, but he just watched America surrender in Afghanistan, like one of your previous callers just said. That was an atrocious spectacle. It will shame the West forever what we did in Afghanistan, the way that we came out and we abandoned them. And he said to himself, you know what, the West is dead.
Well, it's interesting, but it's interesting you bring up Afghanistan, because Russia, of course, also left Afghanistan with its tail between its legs in failure.
Well, that's true, but that wasn't Putin's Russia. I mean, what Putin believes he has done for Russia, and I think to some extent the Russian people believe he has done so far. And remember, he's just gone AWOL. Up to this point, you know, you can sort of go along with the rationale of what he's done, or however much you may detest his methods. But I think with this step, he has kind of lost it, I agree, except that there may still be a calculation in what he's done, which is that the West has never been more weak. As I was just saying, he looked at the retreat from Afghanistan, and what he saw us do was just simply abandon Afghanistan to its fate. And what he said is, the West will also abandon Ukraine to its fate. And guess what? That's exactly what we're doing. And I heard someone in the Commons today, a high-up Tory minister, saying, well, no, we can't have a no-fly zone in Ukraine, I'm afraid, because that might bring us into direct conflict with the Russians. I just thought, hang on a minute, that's what we're in. We're in, I mean, you know, if we can't go into direct conflict with the Russians, then we have just surrendered the whole of Western Europe to Putin.
Well, that seems an extreme position. We may have surrendered Ukraine to Putin, but, I mean, some people might think that, actually, that's not any of our business, really. I mean, we don't have anything invested in Ukraine, not really. They're not part of NATO.
Nick, we required...
It's not our duty.
We required Ukraine to surrender its nuclear weapons in return for guaranteeing its security. Now we're simply saying, sorry, we're not going to guarantee your security. Good luck. Here are a couple of guns. Goodbye.
Right. I'm going to have to leave it there, I'm afraid, Keith, because that music does indicate that I'm right out of time in this hour, but we'll continue this conversation in the next hour. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at midnight, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russian troops will try to storm the capital, Kiev, in the early hours. The city has been under attack from Russian gunfire and missiles. Former commander of Joint Forces Command, General Sir Richard Barons, has told LBC it is a difficult situation for Ukrainian forces.
It's absolutely clear the Russian military is very much more powerful than the Ukrainian military, and where the Ukrainian military aim to hold it up, that's all they'll do. They'll hold it up. And I would think the Russian incursion is slightly behind schedule because of the success of the Ukrainian military in reaching Kiev, but it's there or thereabouts.
Male citizens of Ukraine between the ages of 18 and 60 are prohibited from leaving the country so they can help defend Ukraine. 18,000 machine guns have been given to citizens for defence purposes. Dmitry has lived and worked in London for the last 10 years, but his wife and children are still in Ukraine. He's told LBC his son-in-law has been called up to fight.
My daughter's husband as well is going, because everyone is going. He's very worried because as a young daughter, 1 year just passed, is a new family, is very worried for husband. It's not possible buy tickets, not possible fly to home, because I'm very worried. I thinking non-stop, what to do.
Residents in Kiev have been forced to spend another night sheltering in metro stations, underground car parks and basements. The city's mayor says tonight will be very difficult for Kiev. Oz Kataril is a journalist in Kiev and has told LBC more about the situation on the ground.
My experience is a lot of people are taking arms and going out into the streets to defend their country. They've been given arms by the Ministry of Defence. The only cues I've seen in this city are not people panic buying or hoarding. They're stocking up on weapons and ammunition.
The United Nations Security Council are currently meeting in New York to discuss the situation. Russia has vetoed the resolution put forward, calling on Moscow to stop attacking Ukraine and withdraw troops immediately. The US ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, had this message for Vladimir Putin.
Russia, you can veto this resolution, but you cannot veto our voices. You cannot veto the truth. You cannot veto our principles. You cannot veto the Ukrainian people. You cannot veto the UN Charter. And you will not veto accountability.
Well, India, China and the United Arab Emirates have all abstained on the vote after being persuaded not to vote against the resolution. Elsewhere, there's been a protest in central London to back the Ukrainian people and to call on the British government to offer more support. UEFA has also stripped St Petersburg of May's Champions League final and handed it to Paris, while Formula One bosses cancelled the Russian Grand Prix. And the producers of Eurovision have now banned Russia from entering the competition this year. LBC weather: showers across Northern Ireland and Scotland. Elsewhere, cloud across Wales, the north of England and the southwest, but clear elsewhere, a low of -1. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Suleiman.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbott.
4 minutes past midnight, I'm Nick Abbott, this is LBC. Now, following the Russian invasion, charities have urged the UK to welcome thousands of potential refugees from Ukraine. Let's talk about that with Sonia Skeets, who is Chief Executive of the organisation Freedom from Torture, which has done a lot of work on supporting torture survivors wwho are refugees. Hello, Sonia.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Very well, thanks. What are your thoughts then on the government's response so far to the prospect of accepting refugees from Ukraine?
Well, we were really delighted a couple of days ago to hear the Prime Minister tell Parliament that the United Kingdom will be welcoming Ukrainians who are fleeing persecution. We're really keen to see him follow through on that, but bemused because at the very same time his government is pushing through Parliament a law that would criminalise any Ukrainian refugee who finds their way here by themselves to seek protection. So on the one hand, the government's saying all of the right things, but through their actions, they're tying their hands to do exactly what caring people across the country expect of them in the face of a humanitarian crisis like this.
Yes, that does seem to be their way. They say, I'm going to do one thing, and then they do the opposite. It is a government that seems to have defined itself by its antagonism to foreigners in need heading our way.
Yeah, absolutely. And also showing that it has a very kind of hypocritical approach to international law. So on the one hand, we hear the Prime Minister chastising Vladimir Putin for violating sovereignty, war crimes potentially. And on the other hand, trying to pass laws that would drive a coach and horses through the Refugee Convention, which of course was the big treaty that the United Kingdom and many other states came together after the horrors of World War II to agree to ensure that people fleeing wars and persecution, torture, would find protection. So there is this terrible hypocrisy and doublespeak that as a country we need to be calling out. We've seen across many, many policy agendas that when under pressure from the public, this is a government that is prepared to turn around and reconsider foolish things that it was proposing to do. We've got a petition underway at the moment that is approaching 100,000 signatures of people calling on Boris Johnson to do the right thing and to abandon these proposed laws that would criminalise Ukrainians and other asylum seekers who are trying to reach the UK to secure the protection that here in this country we can offer them.
Yes, that may be true, but is it not also true that Boris Johnson owes his position as a Prime Minister of this country to his animosity towards foreigners in either here already or on their way here?
And that's a really interesting question, because if you go back to the last general election and take a look at the Conservative manifesto, they promised to continue the tradition of providing asylum in this country to people who need it. What's happened since then is that there has been a terrible politicisation of survivors of torture and others who are trying to reach the UK through very perilous journeys, because at the same time the government has shut down safe routes for people to secure safety here. So actually I would say that if the Prime Minister was being truthful to what he took as a policy office to the electorate, he would live up to the fine words that he made in Parliament 2 days ago and ensure that people from the Ukraine and other parts of the world needing protection are able to access a fair, efficient and effective asylum system here in Britain.
It's not perhaps unfair to say that being truthful is not his most obvious quality. Is it the case that the government have said, with relation to refugees in general, that you must apply by legal means, and then made it virtually impossible for them to do that?
Exactly, and that is, and it's an absolute horrendous situation that the country is waking up to. I mean, just think about the people in Ukraine right now who are trying to flee from Russian aggression. They're doing what you or I would do in that situation. They're picking up their kids, they're running for the borders, and they're not going to stop until they find somewhere where they feel safe. And for most people, that will be in neighbouring states like Poland and Moldova, but some of them with family and other connections here in the UK will try to make their way here, and it's entirely understandable. And, you know, as a country, what we need to do is ensure that provisions in this Borders Bill that would deny access to an asylum system for those people are abandoned, and there's going to be a big vote in the House of Lords on Monday night asking the government to do exactly that.
Do you think that the general public, I mean, you do, you say that you have, 100,000 or so signatures, but just generally, the sense you get from the media, who of course are just telling the public what they want to hear, is that there's a certain demonisation of people who want to come here. I mean, they're always painted as young, fit men who could have stayed and rebuilt their country. They're not women, they're not children, and those that are children are just pretending to be children. They're actually adults, and there's just such negativity. And if the media, if the press are printing it, it's because they know that that's what their readership want to read.
They're also taking a line from government, which has, for purely political ends, decided to weaponise asylum seekers in the hope that it will keep the country fixated on border control and, diverted from many of the policy challenges that the government is failing to deliver on, and deliver them the next general election as the country, caring people across the country need to come together and stand up and say not in our name. And we're so delighted to see that happening. We have, assembled the largest refugee rights coalition in the history of Britain, more than 400 people. We've got tens of thousands of people joining actions to put pressure on parliamentarians to do the right thing on these terrible provisions in the Borders Bill that are coming up for a vote again soon. So, there is a sort of a sense as well that the tide is turning and that the government has gambled and gotten it wrong. This is a caring country. We have shown that time and time again, decade after decade, in the face of these conflicts. And this is another one of those great moments where we can see the country coming together and demanding that our politicians do what's right.
The refrain, both during the EU referendum and now, government ministers are actually saying this now, is that refugees must take shelter in the first safe country. They shouldn't travel through a country to get to somewhere else. And of course, you can't arrive here without going through somewhere else unless you arrive by plane. And so that rather excludes, by that argument, all refugees.
More or less. And in pushing this line and in trying to legislate to enforce it, this government is on a track to violate in one of the worst ways imaginable, the Refugee Convention, which we were a driving force behind after the Holocaust. This bill has been described by leading lawyers as the greatest assault on refugee rights in British history. And, for any of our listeners who are terribly worried about that, there is something you can do. Please write to your Member of Parliament and tell them to vote against Clause 11. Indeed, any parliamentarian who does vote in favour of that clause is effectively voting to slam the door on Ukrainians and other asylum seekers who desperately need our help. So we've got a little bit of time to act as a country. Freedom from Torture has a petition on our website which people can use in order to get the message through to the parliamentarians, or if they want to write to their MP themselves, please do so. Tell them to vote against Clause 11 in the Nationality and Borders Bill and to show their support for a compassionate refugee protection system here in Britain.
Do you get the sense that there is something of a coordinated campaign to push through a variety of sort of human rights and human rights legislations? There's the Voting Restrictions Act, there's the one about restricting your ability to protest, and the one that you've just described. It doesn't seem as though we're going in the right direction, does it?
No, and it is just so ironic for a Conservative government to be pushing an agenda to reduce opportunities, for ordinary people to hold the state to account. I mean, this is a fundamental principle of conservatism, isn't it? That ordinary people should be able to assert their rights and challenge overreach on the part of the state. And yet we have a government of Conservative complexion that is doing everything it can to put itself above the law. And you say you're absolutely right to be drawing the dots between all of these manoeuvres. There is also the effort to weaken significantly, to tear the heart out of our Human Rights Act. This is a deeply authoritarian turn that we're seeing happening here in Britain, and it's not unfamiliar to the clients of Freedom from Torture, survivors of torture who have, fled here from authoritarian states. They are seeing these warning signs, and they are terribly concerned about the path that Britain might be going on. But it's not all doom and gloom, right? We have a very engaged citizenry that is showing in all kinds of ways that it can come together and to say no. There were some victories on the policing bill. We were very successful last year in stopping the government from passing laws that would have effectively granted impunity to British troops accused of torture in Iraq and Afghanistan. There are these opportunities. There are these, examples of where we've stood in their way and stood up for human rights and stood up for principles of compassion and dignity and respect. And this moment around Ukraine is another one. It's another opportunity for people to come together and to tell the government what they expect of them in a time like this.
And just on Ukraine itself then, I mean, what sense do you get of the impending disaster? Because there's 50 million people in Ukraine, something of that order, and perhaps people in surrounding countries are also going to be fearful and not comfortable staying where they are. What's the scale of the disaster that may unfold, do you think?
Nick, it is really, really difficult to tell at this stage. A number of things I'd say in response to that. First of all, terrible concerns about war crimes happening in Ukraine. There are already reports from the United Nations and other bodies of torture that has been practiced in parts of the eastern parts of the country that have been taken over by separatist, Russian-aligned forces. There is a history of torture on the part of Russian forces in other parts of that part of the world. So people in the region are terribly worried. There is already around 50,000 people who have fled the country, and many more will follow. You've seen the footage of the roads coming out of Kiev and people in their cars desperate to get anywhere they can. So, the majority of people who do manage to flee, we expect will stay in neighbouring states. A very small proportion will try to sort of push onwards across west through Europe, and a very small proportion of them we expect will try to seek safety here in the United Kingdom because they've got family here or friends or for language reasons. And, what we need to be focused on is making sure that Britain is doing what it can to support the neighbouring states of Ukraine through an, full humanitarian package. We need to be making arrangements to help evacuate and resettle some of the Ukrainians in need, and we need to keep our asylum system open for those who will come here under their own steam and want to put forward a claim for protection, which the Prime Minister has said he will honour.
And just finally, if people want to show their support, what sort of organisations can they get in touch with?
There are a range of organisations that are developing up aid offers for services over in Ukraine looking to help people. There are refugee charities, including Freedom from Torture, that are gearing up to provide support. Many of us are also looking to mobilise people to call on the government to ensure that it is doing the right thing to stand with the Ukrainians. We've got a huge petition on our website via change.org that people can sign on to in order to show their solidarity with Ukrainians and to call on our government to do the right thing. There are Ukrainian associations that are coordinating relief efforts. Just get online and plug in the right words to that search engine and do what you can to help. There are so many great organisations that are rallying together to make sure that people in Ukraine and those who are fleeing are going to get what they need.
That's Sonia Skeets, Chief Executive of the organisation Freedom from Torture, which has done a lot of work on supporting torture survivors who are refugees.
Hello, fella.
George.
All this talk of we should get soldiers into Ukraine or we should put on a no-fly zone over Ukraine, and then other people arguing that will start a war, rightfully so, between us and Russia. One thing we have to start admitting to now is that, in a funny sort of way, we are already at war with Russia, whereas sanctions are designed to target and cripple economies and get aggressors to back down. That is some form of attack. That is a battle there that we are trying to cripple Putin and the Russian Federation, getting them to back down. However, until Putin is taken out of office or he has a sudden change of heart and starts hugging trees and backing out of Ukraine and softening down, this is only going to escalate. We cannot expect all these sanctions and then whatever comes next just to sit there from here on out. It is only ever going to increase. So although we are not in a hot war with Russia, we have now begun a form of battle, a form of attack against that side of the world, and that is only ever going to increase. And the question is, what do we do next? The sanctions aren't happening fast enough. They're dribbling in from our Prime Minister. He's given them far too much time to see what's coming, to get all their money out. And of course, China's going to back them up as well and really soften the blow, seeing as China is soon to be the largest economy. It's one of the largest economies in the world. It can support another nation. Although Russia is large, it will still be able to support it quite well. I don't really have an answer for what we should do next. I'd like to hear other people's opinions. But I think we are heading towards either another Cold War situation or, worst comes to worst, there are small skirmishes between the Russians and NATO troops, which could only spell catastrophe.
Yeah, well, I think you're probably right. We are already perhaps in a Cold War. I mean, it's difficult to see that because there's a hot war going on at the moment, as you just described. But yeah, it looks like a Cold War's on the way. Thanks, George. 0345 6060 973. Benny tweets, I think we should admit Ukraine to NATO and give Putin 48 hours to withdraw. If France, Germany, the UK and the USA all aimed missiles at Moscow, we would see if Russia armed weapons and strike immediately and eliminate Putin. Does that sentence make sense? I'm not sure. Russia and the generals don't want this. Well, that is undeniable. 0345 6060 973. Luton. Hello, John.
Yeah, hi there. Yeah, just one point that a friend of mine who spent time in Russia, he said that people are missing the fact that Putin is really just the mouthpiece. And there's a whole network of ex-KGB and leaders who are planning to get the Soviet Union reinstated. And I think that's one of the dangers of just seeing it as one person. It's not one person, it's more serious than that. That's just one point I'd make. And the other point, which I know you might not like, but there is some truth in it. As bad as the current president of the United States is deemed very weak, I think he is very weak. And I do think, although Trump was awful and very confused in many ways, the very fact that he was so uncertain and unpredictable, when faced with a dictator, the dictators were almost cancelling each other out. So ironically, that's why it didn't happen under Trump's leadership. He wouldn't have dared to attack if Trump was leader.
I completely disagree. Donald Trump has done nothing but support Vladimir Putin in everything that he has said and done. He seems to be on Vladimir Putin's side. He agreed with Vladimir Putin that Ukraine is not a country. He agreed with Vladimir Putin that it should be part of Russia. Absolutely nothing that Donald Trump has ever said or done would have given Vladimir Putin pause for thought. What is this impression that some people have that Donald Trump would have presented some sort of wall that Vladimir Putin would not have been able to get around? I don't get it. It seems to me that every single thing that Donald Trump has ever said and done is that he's in Vladimir Putin's pocket. But thanks, John. 0345 6060 973. Joanne texts, totally agree with what you were saying. In April 1982, Argentina invaded the Falklands. I was working for a large bank at the time. The Bank of England froze Argentinian funds. When I was asked to check any balances held by Argentinian banks, I found all the funds had been taken over a week before the invasion. So obviously the Argentinian banks had prior warning. The Russian funds must be disappearing fast. I think they've gone already. I mean, we gave them a suspiciously long time to put their affairs in order. The various oligarchs had plenty of time to disappear all of their money from where the British authorities could get at them and plant them somewhere where they can't. Probably on one of those dodgy tax haven islands that, in the most part, have a Union Jack fluttering from the top of their government buildings. 0345 6060 973. Watford. Neil.
Yeah.
Neil.
Hi. Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I got a slightly different view, which is very, very pragmatic, okay? I'm not here to blame any sides, because that's not the way. You know, Putin is a bad guy. Yeah, okay, he is. There's nothing you can do about it. My view is that in the last 20 years, we have spent $4 trillion in fighting the war against terror. China invested the same amount of money for their roads and belts, initiative. Mm-hmm. Right? So that means they made huge inroads into, for example, the port of Patrias in Greece is owned by the Chinese. They got a port in south of Pakistan and they got a port in Sri Lanka. They are in very, very close association. It's like a Russian-Chinese nexus.
Well, they have some interests that are aligned, but I'm not sure they are completely that China is completely in agreement with Russia. I mean, what I'm saying is
when it comes to pushing against the West here, safety in numbers works better. Yeah, right, I mean, for example, I'll give you an example. In Africa, China has made huge inroads.
Yes,
they got control of the heavy metals. While we were saying, we want democracy in Afghanistan, and we are, like that goody two-shoes, these girls don't get educated in Afghanistan. It hasn't helped us, what I'm saying, that the China always plays a long game. They'll not invade Taiwan. They know it. It's not worth their while. I think Putin has made a strategic error, for he might pay heavily in terms of sanctions, yeah. But I think it's a bit too late in the day. Like you said, the funds have disappeared. And I reckon the funds have disappeared into Chinese banks.
Oh, well, yes, that is quite possible. Yeah.
Yes.
And they do have... it is in their interest to support each other to a certain extent, but I'm not sure that China are completely on Russia's side. But you're absolutely right about the investment that China is making all over the world, particularly in Africa and places like that, to support their infrastructure and so on. By which method they are, I suppose you could say, to some extent, buying the country. I'm familiar with the name Chernobyl. It's apparently the site of a spike of radiation since the Russian forces seized the area. Let's talk about this with Dr. Paul Dorfman, who is Associate Fellow of the Science Policy Research Unit at the University of Sussex and a Chair of the Nuclear Consulting Group. Dr. Dorfman.
Hello there.
This area, it's been a long time, 1986, since the nuclear disaster. Is it still glowing with radiation?
Let me think this through. If you're talking about the radiation levels that you would normally find around Chernobyl, it's about 10 times greater than the kind of background radiation you'd find in the UK.
And that's ordinarily?
That's ordinarily.
Right.
That's ordinarily. So what we've got here is I can go through the numbers, but that won't help your listeners.
No.
What you've got here is about a 20 times increase in their background. Now, the thing about that is that that's the sort of thing at 60 sieverts per hour. That's what it comes out at. You get up to the doses that would make me twitch relatively quickly. In other words, it's the kind of doses that, internally inhaled would give you cancer in about 10, 15, 20 years' time if you were unlucky enough.
Give us an idea of what the area is like. I mean, are people living there now?
No, it's an exclusion zone.
Right.
It's an exclusion zone that happens after a nuclear catastrophe.
So the exclusion zone is about what sort of distance around the actual plant itself?
I haven't been looking at Chernobyl for a long time now, but I mean, I'm
Would
sure
it be a mile or 20 miles, something like that?
I honestly don't know, but
Right.
I'm sure your listeners could. I mean, I haven't looked at Chernobyl for some time now, but I'm sure your listeners could Google it and look at it through.
So it's, as far as sort of a habitable area, it completely isn't. There's nothing there really for Vladimir Putin to take over. It's something of a desert. So why would he want to send his troops in there, do you think?
It's en route to Kiev. It's just part of the invasion. It's just part of the Russian tanks rolling through, and it's paradoxical insofar as, of course, that Rosatom, the Russian nuclear corporation, built, maintained, largely operated the Chernobyl reactor, and now it's back in Russian paws.
So he really doesn't care about his troops at all, does he? He's just sending them in a direct line through an area in which they, just by dint of them being there, they're going to get cancer and die as relatively young men.
Well, no, hang on. It's important to be, let's stick to facts here. Not everyone going to the Chernobyl region is going to get cancer and die. Far from it. But the reality is, of course, is that your risk of cancer would increase without any question. Okay, if you were exposed to these kinds of levels. But it's important to be honest about the risks that people face around this, and not to exaggerate them. The thing, though, of course, is that, quite frankly, nuclear reactors and conflict, they simply don't go well together. And in an increasingly, in a world that's facing increasing conflict, there's always something about nuclear that seems to be, a bit of a problem, really.
Well, people, will immediately jump to some sinister conclusions that he's actually sent his men in there for some sort of nefarious reasons to spread this poison more widely. Is there anything there that he could use against the Ukrainians or indeed the rest of the world?
No. That's not the case. It's simply that you've got heavy armour rolling through a contaminated zone and churning up the contamination. And that heavy armour is rolling through because it's en route to other destinations. So it's not a kind of nefarious move on behalf of Putin. It's just what happens when you get to war and nuclear reactors, or even defunct nuclear reactors, mixed up. And that's putting aside, of course, the 15 operating nuclear reactors that exist in Ukraine. And let's hope that there's no missile or there's nothing else that goes amiss here.
Well, okay. Let's then suppose we can take out the idea that he wants to take the area for nefarious reasons. It's just a quick route from A to B. Yeah. What about the possibility of accidentally causing some further disaster? What sort of material is still there, and how is it held?
Well, you've got the world's worst nuclear catastrophe that's held contained beneath a kind of a structure, a multi-billion-pound structure that took billions upon billions of pounds, dollars, euros to construct over many, many years, that contains a significant amount of high-level radioactivity, and that's just within the reactor station itself. Around the reactor, of course, you've got this exclusion zone, which is essentially relatively heavily contaminated, and parts of it have what's known as hot particles. In other words, they have really nasty little bits of radiation knocking about. So, one sincerely hopes that there's no missile that goes astray, either in Chernobyl or in the other 15 nuclear plant that exists in Ukraine.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is what is the sort of nature of the containment units? Are they built to withstand a tank rumbling over them, for instance?
Well, a tank won't rumble over the containment of Chernobyl. You're talking about this. There's a massive structure that over many years has been for multi-billions has been constructed for only 100 years, by the way, to contain the radiation that is within Chernobyl, because let's face it, it's not being cleared up. It's just being contained at the moment. Okay. Now, a tank won't roll over that. A tank won't roll into that. A tank will roll around it. The problem is, of course, that if for any reason there's a missile or there's a fully loaded plane that charged into it, or whatever, this is a relatively robust structure. That's not amenable to a tank sort of knocking into it. The elevated radiation that you're getting, and it is elevated, it's significantly more than the so-called natural background that you get around Chernobyl, which is much more than the so-called natural background that you get around the UK. In other words, it's potentially cancer-causing. The elevated results that we're getting here is caused by heavy armour rolling around the reactor, rolling around Chernobyl, and stirring up the contamination. That's the result of the initial Chernobyl accident.
Right, so it's just churning up a lot of dust into the air, and that's what people are reading as a raise in the amount of radiation. So
there's one thing about that also. There's a question about how on earth can heavy armour churn up dust in midwinter? And that's the other question, because it's mud, it's not dust, it's not summer. So there are questions about whether it is, in fact, tanks rolling around and churning up dust, or is there something else? And that's as yet unknown.
But what would you speculate about that then? What could actually cause it?
No, I wouldn't want to speculate, but also, in a sense, there's no point in being alarmist around this. There is a problem here. These are elevated doses. I certainly wouldn't want to have to take, or let anybody else have to take those elevated doses. That's for sure. Okay, but at present, it's not it's not a major catastrophe by any means. But what it does do is that it does highlight what happens when you mix nuclear reactors with conflict and conflict zones. In other words, there's always something odd about nuclear, and this is just one example of it.
Well, I don't wish to become alarmist, but, these are alarming times. So can we just do worst-case scenarios? If there is somebody in a tank and they press the wrong button and they fire a missile into this facility, and what's inside is then open to the outside, what sort of... how would and what distance would it sort of dissipate or disseminate into the outside world? Is it a wind thing, or is it just tell us? Give us an idea.
Okay, but I mean, look, in terms of nuclear risk, it's no good being alarmist about things, and it's no good necessarily trying to exaggerate things. Yes. There's no question about if there was, if there is significant attack if there was ever to be significant attack on the containment of Chernobyl, and if it did pierce layers or levels of protection, it would presumably unveil, significant radiation, and then once again there would be, aerial dispersion. But that's similar to what would happen if someone let off a shot to a spent nuclear fuel pond by any of the 15 nuclear reactors in Ukraine.
Yeah.
I mean, quite literally.
I suppose we can comfort ourselves, can we, with the notion that if it's not really on the cards as a plan, because it's going to affect Russia just as much as it would Ukraine. Is that right?
Clearly, nobody wants to. It's what is it? This is how it's not by a bang but a whimper. It's not. Clearly, nobody wants this to happen, and certainly this is nobody's plan. It's this question of Sod's law. And the attendant risk of what if anything actually did, what if this happened, what would be the effect? And unfortunately, the effect would be, catastrophic personally, environmentally, financially, and the rest of it.
Oh, there, Nick. Hi.
John.
It's very sad what's happening. People are suffering because Russia now knows that the West is weak, and as much as we talk about sanctions, and a lot of the well-meaning people talk about Boris and hasn't been in power for well over a year. At the present situation, Russia knows we're weak. I mean, look, a lot of your callers said the same thing. We cut and ran from Russia. Putin's completely...
From Afghanistan, you mean?
Sorry, from Afghanistan, yeah. Putin's a completely deranged. I mean, I think he might be, psychiatrically deranged. He's absolutely unhinged. And he saw that we just cut and ran from Afghanistan. NATO didn't do anything. The United Nations didn't do anything. I don't know what NATO and the UN are for. They don't help when Afghan women are being butchered and raped by the Taliban. They don't do anything when you've now got Ukrainian young politicians and young soldiers who are going to all be gunned down. We And I have to say this, Biden is not getting enough criticism. He's the current president of the United States. I was no fan of Trump. He was an awful man. But we've got a president of America now who's very weak, and a prime minister of the UK who's a complete laughingstock. And Putin knows he can do anything and get away with it. And he'll get Ukraine. He's got Crimea. He's got Chechnya. He's bringing Chechen fighters in to Ukraine, which will be a war crime beyond anything imaginable. And who knows how much further he'll expand. And we're not doing. How much do we pay? All the Brexiteers kept talking about the money we pay towards the European Union. How much do we pay towards NATO? How much do we pay towards the UN? I don't understand why we're members of these organisations, and it's all very well for well-meaning people to talk about refugees and we should grant sanctuary. Most of the Ukrainians that I've seen on the TV, and I knew some Ukrainians personally, they don't want to leave. They want to fight, and they'll be killed. They'll be murdered in mass scale. And what's the solution? We just stand and say what? We are now, and sorry to say this, we're not a fighting country anymore, right? Russia knows this. We've been too busy on X, Y, and Z. Without going into details, we've been having internal debates in this country, and Russia knows that. I mean, Putin is a psychopath. I've worked professionally in the legal profession with psychopaths. He definitely fits the textbook definition of a psychopath, someone with psychiatric disorder almost. And he knows we're weak. He knows that we won't come to Ukraine's aid. And what's next? Will it be Poland next? Will it be Romania next? And what's NATO for?
Well, what is interesting is that there's justification in saying that NATO has been sort of lost its way, but now it is ironic that NATO seems to have been revivified by the very actions of Vladimir Putin against a country because of his supposed fear of NATO. Now it's stronger than ever.
But they're just talking. To me, there's a real difference between talking and acting. The NATO head, whoever he was saying today on the TV that this is terrible what Putin is doing and he must desist. Well, unfortunately, the only people who are standing firm are the Ukrainians who are taking up arms. And I've seen the accounts today of the young men and women who were killed by Russia, who told the Russians to bleep off from the ship, who were just all blown apart. That Sky was talking to one 21-year-old. I found it very moving. He was a lone soldier.
Yes.
Stood on the bridge.
But the thing with NATO is that it's an organisation that protects countries in NATO.
But when Ukraine left NATO in *93 or when Ukraine gave up its nuclear arms in '93 or '94, it was under the direct sort of quid pro quo that America and Britain would back them up, just as, and I draw the parallel, just as we said.
But was that the actual agreement, though? I thought the agreement was that Ukraine gave up its nuclear arsenal, and the US, Russia, and Britain committed to respect the independence of the country and refrain from the use of force, which is not the same as using force against someone who is using force against it.
But despite the sort of actual legal wording, the point is, in a lot of conflicts, you've got one side that is completely morally doesn't have a leg to stand on, and with Putin's actions, he's one man. I mean, I still don't know how he's managed to exist for so long without someone from his inner circle taking him out. But he's one man.
Money, I would assist. Money and fear.
It's a gangster state that he runs, and he now knows if he is able to take over Kiev and take over Ukraine, he now knows that in 2-3 years, and these people, Putin, Trump, they don't seem to die. So in 3 or 4 years, he'll encroach onto another bit of territory, and we in this country, we're just completely weak. He knows that we can't fight.
Okay.
We've lost in Afghanistan, we lost in Iraq, we've lost in every war in the past 20 years. We're weak.
Okay. All right, we've been over that territory, but thanks for that, John. 0345 6060 973. Hillingdon. Connor.
Hello. Yes.
Wow, very loud. Yes, Connor.
Hi there. What I was going to say was that this has been happening since the Georgia War in 2008, and it's going to continue. This isn't Ukraine is not Russia's endgame. There's actually a book called The Foundations of Geopolitics, which was from 1997, and it's essentially it's like a playbook for Russia under Putin's leadership. And part of the goals that are stated in this book is that Ukraine should be completely annexed and absorbed into Russia. The same for Finland and a number of Baltic states, including NATO members like Poland, should be given special statuses to essentially form part of, like a new, Russian empire. Essentially, is what that book is aiming for. And interestingly, this book also states an aim to cut the UK off from Europe. But there was a quote I heard earlier on LBC, and it's where they didn't. They believe NATO is going to be dragged into this regardless, and effectively we should be supporting Ukraine more now to essentially head this off in the future. The sanctions at the moment, I feel that they don't go far enough. Russia's been sanctioned for years, albeit not this strong, but they've been getting sanctions since the Salisbury poisonings, since the Georgia War, all sorts of events.
They were very light touch sanctions, though, weren't they? But I think specifically because too many people in this country would have lost their access to too much money if we came down really hard on Russia. And I think that informs the reluctance of people in this country and elsewhere as well to really come down hard on Russia, because it would affect us too.
Yeah, exactly. It's again, I heard this earlier on LBC. It's like trying to take Russian money out of London. It's like trying to take the eggs out of a baked cake. It's exactly true.
That's an interesting way of putting it. Tim Marshall is on the line. He's a foreign affairs analyst and author, and joins me now. Hello, Tim.
Hello, Nick.
So, what did you make of what Boris Johnson was saying?
They're in it for the long haul. That even after, assuming Kiev does fall, and that's the probability, and the country is divided in two or even worse, that there's going to be a long haul in this fight. And I think that the most significant thing that happened today was actually the Germans saying that they're going to send 1,000 anti-tank weapons, because it's the anti-tank weapons that the British and Americans have given to the Ukrainians over the past few months, which is exactly what has slowed the Russian advance and caused such heavy casualties upon them. So after a bit of prevarication, and I think the British was partially led the way, there is now a real sense that a coalition is growing, and NATO, the EU, many other countries have actually seemed to be putting their money where their mouth is, that both in terms of economic sanctions and military aid, and they're going to be in this for the long haul, that even if the capital falls, that's not the end of it.
There's been a lot of people saying that Putin must be disappointed, to put it mildly, at the success of his advance so far. What do you think the truth of that is?
I understand that, but the Russian way of maneuver warfare is slower than the Americans. They don't go for what's called the thunder run. I predicted a few weeks ago, when I thought this was going to happen, that they would be at Kiev between 3 and 5 days. Now, they got there within 2 days, but they still haven't taken it. But I'll be surprised if they haven't taken it after 5 days. And I think what we're going to see, sadly, is because they will be disappointed at the losses that they've taken, I worry that they are going to take the gloves off. Sorry, it's a clumsy phrase, given that this is warfare and there's been a lot of loss of life already, but there is footage of them bringing up the type of weaponry which is going to inflict a lot more pain upon the Ukrainian people. But there's been a clear lack of leadership, it would appear, amongst some of the Russian brigades. There's been some heavy defeats that they've suffered. They clearly have lost dozens of armoured vehicles. And I think this is going to be a surprise to them. And I think the other surprise that Kremlin elite will have is the depth of feeling against them. And I think that they will be surprised at how so far the international response to them has been almost uniform. I suspect from everything that Putin has said over the past couple of years that he believes the West to be fundamentally weak and divided and not prepared to step up when it's required. But it appears that such is the shock, such is the outrage about what has happened, that in fact he's galvanized the NATO nations into remembering what their raison d'etre is.
Yes, it's ironic, isn't it, that his actions have actually united the West and NATO in the manner that they have not been in for many decades.
Yeah, and that might hold. I mean, again, he probably expects down the line that resolve will weaken and you can peel one or two countries off. But there's been some quite surprising condemnation. I mean, Turkey might have been expected to prevaricate because it's been riding two horses for some years now. A NATO member, but it's been cozying up to the Russians to a point. But they have clearly come out in support of Ukraine. And another one is Hungary. Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister there, has been an apologist to the Kremlin for many, many years, but they have condemned this as well. And I think that what's happened is that those type of authoritarian leaders who run authoritarian democracies have read the runes, seen the uniform blanket condemnation of this naked aggression against a sovereign nation, and have thought better than to sit on the fence. So we don't know if Kiev can hold out. I suspect it can't. The Russians are actually bringing in more and more heavy armour, as well as the infantry to the outskirts of the capital. They will probably take one or two more cities. But the longer it goes on, the more money it costs. I mean, this is costing an absolute fortune for the Russians. The response, the worldwide response of closing down airspace so their airplanes can't fly anywhere and their ships can't dock anywhere. And on Monday morning, you will see probably a run on the Russian banks. You will see their stock market collapsing, and the shock of it all. So I think what the Ukrainians are going to try and do is hold out as long as possible and cause so much pain to the Russians that eventually the Russians settle. That's projecting forward, and at the moment they're in, and Putin cannot afford, now he's gone in, to withdraw, because that would be the end of Putin.
He says that he wants to have talks, to have diplomacy under certain conditions. Do you think there's any truth in that?
Yes, his conditions, which at the moment is abject surrender. I mean, he hinted very strongly in, I think it was yesterday, one of his statements, that he's open to his officials going to Minsk in Belarus and meeting officials from Ukraine and talking about it. But the manner of his language suggested that his version of that would be that Ukraine would go there and surrender. And at the moment, that is simply not going to happen. I mean, the Russians do not appear to have taken a major city. They may have taken one of the big towns near Mariupol on the Sea of Azov coast, but they have not taken a single big city yet, and they're all at the moment holding out. And I really think the Russians are being bled. The Americans lost in the entire Iraq campaign, I think it's something like 4,500 troops. Now, we don't know the losses to the Russians so far, and I think the Ukrainian claims of 3,500 dead Russians are probably exaggerated. But even if you halve that, in 3 days to lose 1,500 troops, and I think that's plausible, shows you just how bloody this is for the Russians as well as the Ukrainians.
There is some breaking news just in that the EU has reached a deal to cut Russia out of the SWIFT banking system. Yeah. What's the significance of that?
Well, that's why I was saying I suspect there's going to be this run on the stock exchange and the banks on Monday. And again, the Italians were prevaricating, the Cypriots, the Germans, the French were nervous, and that's because the French have got owed $25 billion by Russian banks, and if you cut Russia out of SWIFT, there is no way of paying back the debt that they owe to the Austrian banks, the Italian banks, the French banks, etc. But again, again, such is the shock and the horror and revulsion as what has happened that the EU has come together and decided, they're going to do that. SWIFT, in case anyone doesn't know still, there's 11,000 financial institutions around the world that use this. Just about every bank in the world uses it, and it's used in every single country. There's only 2 countries that are not allowed to use it, and I think it's North Korea and Iran. And if you don't have it, you can't make financial transactions around the globe. So the ability of Russians, ordinary Russians, let's say just trying to use Apple Pay or whatever, won't be able to. Your credit cards won't work. You won't be able to transfer money from one place to another. That's going to really hit their ability. Now, again, this was partially priced in by the Russians. Their foreign reserves, they've built them up to about $650 billion in hard currency, so that they can take this pain for a period. And also, of course, remember the Russian economy is based on oil being sold at $45 a barrel, and at the moment it's around about $100 a barrel. So, don't expect the Russians to suddenly retreat on Monday morning because of it, but it is going to hurt.
What about the people in Russia? Because if their credit cards don't work, then they're going to be alarmed, to put it mildly. Is it true that in recent years Russia has, with a view to this exact scenario, sort of set up their own payment system?
Yeah, they have. They've done a number of things along. I mean, there's lots of things. For example, they've moved all their internet servers inside the borders of Russia, and they have the ability to cut Russia off from the rest of the world, and as far as the internet is concerned, and in case they ever need to take action inside Russia, so the rest of the world doesn't know what's going on inside Russia. So it's that sort of mindset that also led them to try to set up their own internal payment systems. And yes, they can. You will be able to carry on shopping in Russia, but you won't be able to shop on Amazon.
Just to go back to the oil, oil is traded in dollars. If they don't have access to the banking system to buy and sell in dollars, how are they going to sell their oil?
Well, this is the flaw in the sanctions, because we're not going to stop buying their oil and gas because we need it. Germany, for example, 35% of its gas comes out of Russia. I think these are pre-existing contracts, and also the European Union countries have actually been increasing the orders. Now, whether it's prepaid, I don't know. And I'll be honest with you, you've asked me a question that I don't fully know the answer to, but I'm confident that one way or another, Russia will be selling its oil because it knows that the Europeans need it.
Just on that subject, I mean, tell me if it's outside your field of expertise, but can liquid natural gas and the OPEC nations, can they fill in the gaps if Russia either turns off or we refuse to accept any of their petrol and any of their oil and gas?
Partially, That's already happening. Again, a bit of background. After the Fukushima nuclear disaster following the tsunami of 2004, I think it was, the Germans did away with all their nuclear power, and they were also phasing out coal. But the gap between that and then having renewables hasn't been bridged, and so they've been increasingly dependent on Russian gas. Some of the Baltic states, and I think it's Poland as well, have been busy building LNG, liquid natural gas terminals on the Baltic coast, precisely to get in LNG so they can try to wean themselves off Russian gas, so far with very limited success. But the terminals are being built, the pipelines are being built. Qatar is a big supplier, and they have said they will try to supply more. Australia, I think, sells LNG, and the Americans have LNG, which they've sent over. So yes, they can alleviate, but then they're not close to replacing Russian gas. We really are hooked into it. As and when we try to pivot away from it, which takes years, the Russians will try then to sell more and more to China and to build their pipeline infrastructure going that direction, which actually brings me to a wider point. The very fact that they are going to be heading further east is part of what this whole thing is about, this delineation, this new Iron Curtain that has just come down. I think it's been built for several years between the authoritarian states and between the liberal democracies with all their faults. And I think that fault line has just been very clearly demonstrated over the past 3 days.
China is sort of balancing on a thin line here, though, isn't it? Because it's dependent on the West to buy its products, but it also has achieved some sort of partnership, for want of a better word, with Russia. What significance do you think about the UN resolution vote that China didn't? It abstained rather than objected.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Nick. Just getting it to abstain is something of a victory and tells you that China is not actually overwhelmingly in support. I was surprised. I thought China would veto, but it hasn't. And just abstaining is actually a bit of a diplomatic minor coup. Doesn't change much, but in the long term, it has shown that China does not particularly approve of this operation. But sorry, you were asking about Chinese goods. I mean, we're not going to stop. They're not going to stop building their goods, and we're not going to stop buying them. Russia will continue, and it is a partnership in which Russia is a junior partner. But I was just looking at the wider point that there are the authoritarian states now, and Russia and China are developing a partnership, and they're the two biggest authoritarian states. But you can draw a line from Kaliningrad on the Baltic coast, down through Belarus, through the Russian border, Iran, across the Central Asian states, and then down to China and the South China Sea. And on one side of it are the authoritarian states, and on the other side of it are versions of the liberal democracies. And this, for me, is the new Cold War, and it's been forming for several years now, but I don't think many people, including myself, thought it would get quite as bad as this.
Let me just finally ask you briefly about Sweden and Finland, because Vladimir Putin's threatened Sweden and Finland.
Yeah, since they're not in NATO, and of course Finland suffered Soviet occupation, and the Russian subs and planes often harass Swedish waters and airspace. And since 2014, since the occupation and annexation of Crimea and the occupation de facto of the parts of the Donbass, both of those countries have looked very nervously across at Russia and thought, well, maybe we'll be in their sights, because, of course, Putin's went to Georgia and he's gone into Ukraine knowing that they're not NATO countries, therefore it doesn't trigger Article 5, therefore we are not going to fight for them. And as long as Sweden and Finland are outside of NATO, they worry that they could suffer the same fate. So the debate, which just simply wasn't a debate until 2014, neither country was interested in joining NATO because they would rather be neutral. but subsequent to 2014 they have, and this has really concentrated their minds. And they were both invited and accepted the invitation to join the NATO ambassadors meeting yesterday. So they might now apply. And everything that Putin was trying to combat is actually turning against him. I mean, NATO is now going to reinforce left, right, and centre. The British are sending a brigade of tanks, for example, to Estonia. Sweden and Finland are considering joining NATO. Poland and Romania are being reinforced by the Americans and others. The Spanish are flying extra jets, I think, down to Romania, etc., etc. The opposite of what Putin wanted is happening.
Good to talk to you, Tim. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
That's Tim Marshall, Foreign Affairs Analyst and author. In a few moments, as a curfew remains in place across the capital city, we're going to cross live to Kiev to get the latest. And, of course, I'll take your calls. Go live to the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. Richard Ensor is on the phone. He is the Ukrainian correspondent for The Economist. Hello, Richard.
Hi there. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. What's the latest?
Well, another day, and this war is, taking an enormous toll on everybody's energy. And but I think I speak for a lot of people a lot of people around the world who. Sorry, I will start again. I think I speak for a lot of people when I say that the response of the Ukrainian people and in particular the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been absolutely admirable. And some of the resolve that we are seeing is really something that a lot of us didn't expect when this war broke out just 72 hours ago.
Yes, there's been some remarkable footage, people climbing on Russian tanks, kneeling in front of Russian tanks, and as you say, the president himself is a very impressive figure, isn't he?
Yes, you may have heard that today there were some reports that America thought it might be a good idea for him to leave the capital, to go somewhere to a safe place, so if the city was taken, the government could fight another day with him at the helm. And his response was, I don't need a ride. I need ammunition. This is a man who's hell bent, and he's increasingly Churchillian with every passing day. Churchill with a Twitter account, you might say.
So, just describe what life is actually like, day to day in Kiev. Is there any sense of normal life that can be lived at all?
I should say I've just personally moved from Kiev to Lviv in just recently, in just shortly after the breakout of the war. But I'm in touch constantly with friends and colleagues who are in Kiev, and I can tell you that no matter where you are in the city, the bombing is loud and intense. A lot of people are spending several hours a day underground in shelters. Other people are afraid to leave their apartments. I have friends sending me text images over social media taken from their living rooms of tanks rolling by in the streets, Russian tanks that they can see. So the war is literally coming to people's doors now, and even as the Ukrainians put up a commendable fight, you are seeing some incursions and the people, the Russian troops gaining kilometers and increasingly getting into a position where they are having Kiev surrounded from all angles. That doesn't mean Kiev is going to fall, but it means that the pressure is mounting.
And how far away from the capital are you then in Lviv?
So Lviv is a western outpost. It's a place to which a lot of refugees from Ukraine have been going because it's on the way to Poland. So there is another story cooking in this part of the country, which is a next migration crisis for Europe and the European Union. More than 100,000 Ukrainians have already crossed into Poland. The reason that number isn't higher is because the wait to take your car across the border right now is about 20 to 30 hours if you're lucky and you don't run out of gas. That is happening over here, and of course, the west of Ukraine is a nationalist stronghold. And if the government at some point, perish the thought, does fall, Lviv is a reasonable alternative to set up some kind of government in exile at that point. Sorry, please go on.
I was just going to ask, what sort of conditions are the people fleeing having to bear?
Well, it depends. A lot of people are fleeing in their cars. And, so I speak to people who have been in their cars for several days. I spoke to a woman who had a 27-hour uninterrupted drive from the east of Ukraine. So people are often in extremely, energy-deprived conditions when they turn up. People fearing for their life because they don't know, they don't have the perfect news, and they know that, Russian missiles are falling, and they're not particularly fussed about what happens if they hit the wrong target. So being a civilian anywhere in the country, being on an open road, is extremely stressful for them, and a lot of people are not getting enough sleep. So for some people, of course, they're turning up a little bit shaken but fine, but for others, it can be quite traumatic.
It might seem like a superficial question, but of course it's very important if you don't have shelter. What's the weather like there?
Oh, we're usually just dipping down below zero every evening, which is, certainly Ukraine is capable of a lot more than that, and we'll get it towards the end of winter, so it certainly could be worse. But I have to say, one of the things that, in these terrible circumstances, we really are seeing the best of Ukraine. Well, people here, we are seeing the best of Ukraine. The amount of people who are, working hard to volunteer at migrant shelters, which have popped up across this city. I've spoken to people, university students, giving up their dormitories and rolling out mattresses on the floor so that internally displaced Ukrainians can sleep in their beds. That spirit of trusting complete strangers because a crisis means that you have to trust them is something that you see at every turn. And whether that's fighting the war itself or helping people run away from it, that collegial, fraternal, patriotic behavior is something that I think is not just beautiful in its own right, but actually an example to the rest of Europe, to the United Kingdom, and to the world.
Good to talk to you, Richard. Thanks so much for your time. Richard Enser, the Ukrainian correspondent for The Economist, joining us live from Lviv in Ukraine. Let's talk to Guildford. Hello, Alistair.
Hello, good evening.
Alistair.
Yes, I'm very surprised that a lot of general public are feeling that Boris is not doing enough. It's sad to see that everyone's saying that Great Britain are not stepping up, but they are. We're doing as much as we possibly can. If we go any further and start putting troops on the ground, I think we'll find that Putin may do something silly. And I feel that the general public need to know that if we go that far, he could be easily pressing buttons. So we're doing as much diplomatic stuff as we can. What we do need to do is send more military weaponry, anti-tank weapons and anti-aircraft stuff, if we possibly can, without causing any more problems for ourselves. But I just wish that the general public would appreciate that Boris is doing as much as he possibly can behind the scenes, and he's doing an incredible job.
Well, that is one view. I mean, you could also say that he waited a very long time before placing sanctions on various oligarchs, plenty of time for them to move their assets to where the British government and the authorities couldn't get at them. And there's also some big names that are still off the list, and they've still refused to give back the £2 million or so that they've received from Russians over the last few years. So not quite everything that he could possibly do.
No, there's always going to be the criticisms of what he can and what he can't do. But I know he's not the most popular prime minister we've got, but I support him initially, and I was an activist in the Conservative Party, and I was disheartened slightly what's been going on and what he's been actions are doing. But yes, we can always say that he could have done more, but it's very frightening when someone's threatening you with nuclear war and want to press a button. You've got to tread very carefully. It's frightening. I'll be honest. We're frightened. My family's frightened of what's going on. I've got friends in Ukraine, and they're hunking down in the basement. So it is a frightening time, but it's hard. It is hard, and it's quite emotional to see it all happening. We thought we were going to be a peaceful world, but it's all gone tits up, hasn't it, really, unfortunately?
Well, that's a blunt way of putting it. Yes, thanks, Alistair. 0345 6060 973. So Boris Johnson is doing all that he can? What are your thoughts about that? Pete texts, what about the sanitation and cleaning facilities of all those thousands of Ukrainians sheltering from danger are being deprived of? Their morale will rapidly disappear if they have to endure living this way for too long. Well, one of the things that seems to have come through loud and clear from the videos and the reporting is that the Ukrainians seem to be very resolved and incredibly brave. Adam tweets, whilst I understand NATO's trigger for boots on the ground, I don't understand how the Western liberal democracies can stand by and watch this invasion without offering direct military support, particularly when we know what the outcome will be given the disparity. 0345 6060 973. We can join Simon Marks. He is in Washington, D.C. and gives us the view from over there. Hello, Simon.
Evening, Nick.
So, what's the latest?
Well, I think the big news tonight is this announcement that's come within the last hour, jointly from the White House, the European Commission, France, Germany, Italy, the UK and Canada, that on the face of it is announcing another raft of very punishing sanctions that the co-signatories of this effort say are designed to cripple the Russian economy. And the headline-grabbing nature of this is that they have now agreed to remove some Russian banks from the SWIFT interbank system. We've talked about this before. SWIFT is the big international payments messaging system that allows members of SWIFT, financial institutions all over the world, to send money to and from one another. This statement says that selected Russian banks are being removed from the SWIFT messaging system. I think there will be lots of questions about what that word selected means and why this is not applying to all Russian banks. They're also taking actions, they say, to prevent the Russian central bank, Russia's equivalent of the Bank of England, from deploying its international reserves to undermine the impact of the sanctions that have already been unveiled. They say that they are going after an additional group of individuals and entities who are facilitating the war in Ukraine and the harmful actions of the Russian government. They are limiting, and indeed the Germans have already announced tonight they are ending the sale of those so-called golden passports that have allowed so many Russian oligarchs to buy their way into citizenship in the UK and many other countries around the world. They say they are creating a transatlantic task force to ensure the effective implementation of their sanctions and stepping up coordination against disinformation and other forms of hybrid warfare. I mean, the headline that has been generated out of this announcement is the one relating to the SWIFT decision, because that has been a bone of contention between the United States and particularly Germany, but also a couple of other countries in Europe. There appears to have been a turnaround in that regard today, but also this move against the Russian central bank has additional potential really to make life extremely difficult for President Vladimir Putin and members of his inner circle in terms simply of engaging in fiscal transactions that involve the central bank and, of course, any banking institution in Russia that is selected to be barred from the SWIFT system. So this is clearly designed to continue making life increasingly difficult for Vladimir Putin, even as tonight, air raid warnings have been going off again in Ukraine, multiple reports of and warnings to people in Kiev of a massive planned Russian bombardment that the Ukrainian government insists is going to be unleashed on the capital over the course of the next few hours.
It's an extraordinary situation, isn't it? The West is not at war, but in a sort of position of aggression towards a country that we are still continuing to buy their chief exports of oil and gas, and are in fact dependent on them for it.
Well, that is the principal difficulty, isn't it? I mean, President Biden, when he announced the most recent raft of sanctions a couple of days ago, was at great pains to convey to the American people the message that he understood that this conflict had the capacity to make the cost of petrol in the United States much more expensive. And, you know, he said that it was uppermost in his mind to make sure that the cost of a price of a gallon of fuel was protected. Now, he's got limited tools at his disposal in order to do that. He can release stockpiles of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve that they hold back here for times of emergency. But, you know, once you've used a gallon of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, it's gone. So at some point, you've got to replace it. He's also carved out payments to Russia for oil and gas. They've been carved out of the sanctions that he's announced so far. And, you know, I mean, it frankly became pretty clear that for the United States, there is a line here. America is with Ukraine, provided it doesn't result in Americans having to pay $5 a gallon to fill their cars. I mean, that was pretty evident from what the president said on Thursday night. And this, of course, has constrained the European response to all of this. I mean, the other big news of the day has been Germany's decision to send 1,000 anti-tank weapons and 500 Stinger missiles to Ukraine. A huge move by Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Arguably, I mean, beyond arguably, it should have come several weeks ago when the Germans were saying, no, we don't, as a matter of policy, ever send weaponry to combat zones, but we'll send them a few thousand helmets, which was, you know, greeted with I mean, barely concealed laughter and a degree of horror by the authorities in Ukraine. So today, Germany reversing that position and saying that the stakes in Europe now are so high that it can no longer maintain the argument that you don't supply lethal weaponry into combat zones. I mean, the question, of course, will be, can those weapons get now to Ukraine? Can the $350 million in additional assistance that President Biden announced earlier today in a tangible way be translated into help on the battlefield by the Ukrainians at a time when the country is under assault by land, sea and air from Russian forces? The issue pertaining to energy supplies hasn't changed, but there seems to be a growing realization in Western capitals that the stakes have reached a level where, to the best of each government's ability, they've got to minimize their concern about that and maximize their anxiety about whether the government of President Zelensky is going to survive.
Yes, the leaders in the West are at a disadvantage compared to the dictators in the East, in that they rely on their voters for their position. And the voters aren't going to be best pleased if their standard of living decreases dramatically. So it does really inform part of their reaction to this. You know, Italy trying to carve out handbags and shoes, and the Germans insisting on not turning off the gas and the oil taps, and the Brits reluctant to discombobulate the banking system.
Yeah, I mean, managed democracy is how the Russians always used to describe their system. You know, Vladimir Putin, of course, does face elections, but he always knows the outcome of the election before a single vote is cast. Joe Biden, of course, is in a very different position. He doesn't have that long to wait before midterm elections here in the United States that could deal his administration a massive blow as a result of Republicans retaking both houses of Congress. There were some signs here today of shifting attitudes. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, as Trump supporting a Republican as you can find in this country, has signed an order to see Russian goods and Russian produce, vodka and anything else that you can find for sale in Texas from Russia, to be removed from the shelves. We saw Tucker Carlson on Fox News last night significantly rowing back from his support of Vladimir Putin and instead beginning to articulate the argument that this is all Joe Biden's fault. But in a sense, the point that you were making there was kind of underscored floored by that announcement that we were talking about 24 hours ago, the decision by President Biden to sanction Vladimir Putin personally, because we got this statement from the United States Treasury explaining, delineating the nature of the sanctions against Vladimir Putin, Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, and members of the Russian National Security Council. And it noted at the top of the statement that it's very rare for the United States to sanction a head of another country's government, but now Vladimir Putin joins the ranks of shameless leaders of their country, including Kim Jong-un of North Korea, Alexander Lukashenko of Belarus, and Bashar al-Assad of Syria. So on the one hand, Vladimir Putin now joins a club of people who are considered, absolutely toxic, axis of evil, all that kind of stuff. But on the other hand, sanctioning the other people on that list does not appear in any sense to have led to their removal from power. Kim Jong-un's hung on, Alexander Lukashenko's hung on, Bashar al-Assad has hung on with the active support of the man who now joins that list, Vladimir Putin. And so, it's not evident that sanctions themselves are going to lead to him being toppled.
Good to talk to you, Simon.
Oh, hi there. Evening, yeah.
John.
Yeah, I think playing with the SWIFT system isn't enough. I think all the countries in the world need to send soldiers to Ukraine. Otherwise, who's going to be next after Ukraine? It's just not enough what's being done. It's not enough.
So you think not just around the borders of Ukraine to stop the fighting bleeding into other countries, inside the nation itself?
I think Putin needs to see a message from everyone that this behaviour is not acceptable anymore. We can't have someone going rogue and then thinking he can go after country unstoppable. If you think that's all right and you think just turning off SWIFT is enough, then good luck. You'll see what happens. It's not going to stop him.
No, I think that's probably quite possible. But what is also possible is that we're not dealing with a man who's thinking rationally. I mean, there's been a lot of people who've seen his ranting on television and drawn the conclusion that we're not dealing with someone who's really quite there. So, is it possible that by doing what you're suggesting, we might actually make it significantly worse for everybody?
No, I think he's mad, and only madmen have to be stopped. There's only one way to stop them, and you can't. Switching off SWIFT here and there is irrelevant. The money, he's got lots of money, it's hidden all over the place, you're never going to find it.
I wonder if by switching off SWIFT and making it much more difficult for people within Russia to go about their normal everyday life, that it might actually precipitate his downfall from within.
Well, all right, let's bank on that one. Good luck, see what happens, but I doubt it.
Hello, Nick. I've often thought before he ever attacked, he said it was exercise. Now, why didn't all the leaders all around the world take him a task and say, you said it was an exercise. Is your word not your bond, Mr. Putin? Because you seem like you want to be a warmonger, and tell him for what he is, because he's a liar and he's a warmonger and he's a very dictator and he's a megalomaniac. What he's doing, he doesn't want peace, because someone who wants peace, you don't threaten people, say you with nuclear weapons. I said this once on your radio show before. I said about Kim and John and Donald Trump, they need to talk, because mutual assured destruction, no one can win. And sure enough, I don't know if he was listening to Reuters or whatever he was doing, they actually met each other, Donald Trump and Kim and John, or whatever his name is. And they were saying about they're going to fire nuclear weapons at each other. So if he thinks that he can go into Ukraine and threaten us, America, Germany, all the countries with nuclear, and saying this will be the worst thing you could ever do. He seems very psychiatric to me. He seems like he's a manic depressive, and he seems like he's a megalomaniac. And I mean, I never forgot this. He rode around on a horse without his shirt, and I thought, you're very insecure. It's a very small man. No, I didn't take it as a joke. I took it very serious, that you are trying to flex your muscles. You're a very small man. You work for the KGB, and you went around on a horse. Now, if I was to do that, or used to do that, people think you're a complete crackpot. Say, well, what's Nick Abbott doing, or what's Mark doing? Riding around on a horse with his shirt off his back. Why do we want to see you, Mr. Putin, like that? Why don't you practice what you preach and say, well, was it an exercise? No. You've gone in, so now stop it before, and don't threaten us with nuclear weapons.
Okay, thanks, Mark. some friends used to send me Vladimir Putin calendars as a joke. And every single month there'd be a picture of Vladimir Putin with his shirt off riding a horse, like that caller just described. Vladimir Putin with his shirt off wrestling a bear. Vladimir Putin with his shirt off cuddling a tiger. Boris Johnson says the UK will accept refugees from Ukraine. Are you ready to accept refugees fleeing the Ukraine conflict? Sundar Katwala is director of British Future, an immigration and racial integration think tank. Hello, Sundar.
Good evening.
So what are your thoughts on the latest developments?
Well, obviously there's a very fast-moving, very upsetting situation in Ukraine, and, scenes that hopefully, none of us would have wanted to see again happening in Europe of a war, and people already fleeing that war by train, by road, going to neighbouring countries. So, in the first place, refugees from Ukraine are probably going to be going to countries like Poland, Moldova, Romania, Slovakia, next door to Ukraine. But I think the whole international community is going to have to get involved. And, Britain has been part of the Refugee Convention for 70 years now. And so when there have been crises, whether it was Hungary in the 1950s, Syria in the last decade, there have been refugees coming to Britain. So I think it's right the Prime Minister is saying we will have to play our part as part of an international effort. There's no detail yet on how that's going to be organised, but as happened, last summer with the Afghan evacuation, I think people do expect Britain to be part of international cooperation. Obviously, it works better if it's organised, so all the countries are playing part of the challenge of how we resettle people who need to flee. A lot of people from Ukraine obviously staying in Ukraine, men especially, want to be part of the defence of Ukraine. Women and children are leaving. People want to stay close probably to Ukraine where they can, but some people have got links to Britain and will want to come here, and I think we should be trying to make that as easy as possible and as unbureaucratic as possible in this very traumatic situation.
How confident are you that you can take Boris Johnson at his word on this? Because it is a regime that has defined itself with its resistance to foreigners coming to our shores.
Well, we've been through the whole Brexit debate, and we know that immigration was part of that debate, which was about people had lost confidence in how we were handling immigration in this country, and we had a big debate about that. On other issues of immigration, actually, we've seen a shifting of attitudes. I think we've got a new scheme to welcome Hong Kongers to Britain, which has been introduced by this government and has had support from the public and from across the party spectrum. We had special schemes for Syrian refugees and for Afghan refugees, because I think the reason that has broad support across parties in Parliament and from the public is if you have got the position, even if you've got doubts about immigration or you've got doubts about asylum claims, if you've got the position that your country should take genuine refugees, then there are certain cases, like what we're seeing in Ukraine now, like what we saw in Afghanistan, where that obviously meets that criteria. So unless you're going to be somebody who says, I shut the borders, turn them all away, you're going to have to do something to uphold that principle. So I expect to see all sides of the House of Commons saying to the government, we must do something. And then we need to get into the detail. What should that commitment be? How's it going to work? How do you organise it locally when people get here? But I hope there will be pressure from all sides of the House of Commons to see those words turned into proper policies.
Yes, but what do you make of... the government seems to be saying two things at the same time. They're saying, yes, we will welcome you with open arms, but you have to apply outside of Ukraine. And if you apply in a country that is outside Ukraine, that would be, by definition at the moment, a safe country, and you will not be able to come to this country if you have first stepped foot in a safe country. So that's something of a catch-22, isn't it?
Yes, and I think you're right. There's a contradiction in the government's policy, and I think it puts the current asylum bill in the spotlight. So at the moment, they've made some very small changes for Ukrainians. Some people who are here on temporary visas can extend them. Some people who are, British citizens or relatives of British citizens, they're helping them come back to Britain. But there isn't a way, as you say, to claim asylum. So, in the days ahead, they will create, ways that you can apply for other visa routes, family reunification routes, etc. But they haven't got an asylum policy. And the flaw in the bill that you highlight is that we've got this commitment to refugee protection, but they're saying even if your claim is genuine, and 70% of people claiming asylum in the UK at the moment get their claim accepted by the British government, and it's quite hard to get accepted. I think it's quite a sceptical process. But the new bill, which hasn't been passed yet, says that depending on how you arrived, we might, we'll give you less protection. We'll give you temporary protection, not permanent protections. That's probably against the international rules that we've signed up for. So the government's got to, find a way through that. They'll be under pressure from opposition parties to drop that bill. I'm sure they'll probably stick to that bill. Or they've got to say, here's a new special scheme, as we had for Afghans, as we have for Syrians, for Ukrainians. But I do think it, as you say, it puts this sort of challenge about the way people deal with refugee issues. We see these scenes from Ukraine, as we saw from Afghanistan. We feel we must do our bit, but actually we're creating a system where there aren't safe ways to apply for asylum. So let's work out, what can you do? If you're a Ukrainian in Poland or in Romania with a link to Britain, we should be saying, we'll make it easy for you to claim. We're not trying to keep everybody away. We're trying to play our part of an international effort. So I think the government probably should rethink that legislation, or at least create routes for what the Prime Minister's saying that we know we need to do because of our history of refugee protection in this country.
There's about 50 million, something of that order, in Ukraine. What level of catastrophe might we be looking at here?
I mean, I wouldn't want to speculate on the first or second day, of this conflict. It might be, it's the worst conflict we've seen in Europe since the Yugoslav civil war. Obviously, that was a terrible tragedy. We did save the lives of thousands of people and thousands of families, but it's probably, it's a small part of what can happen. We'd all like to see this war stop. We'd all like to see the pressure in Russia, from the public or elsewhere on Vladimir Putin. We might see a very tragic situation. I think the key thing is international cooperation. The neighbouring states are going to need help, and then you're going to need an international scheme to have a managed, effective, fair, humane system for those who do have to leave. They probably want to go home when they can, when it's safe. Some people will end up, coming to Britain, Canada, America, other countries, leading their lives here. We have to make that work. So we don't know the scale of the situation, but I think all of the countries that are putting up flags, showing the colours, tweeting their solidarity, I think they have to play their part in managing the humanitarian consequences of this war.
Do you think it's incumbent on us to actually send aid, and particularly financial aid, to those countries that are surrounding Ukraine, because they're not the most wealthy of nations, are they?
I think that's right, and obviously there's a balance between playing our part in a resettlement program and supporting the neighbouring countries. A lot of Ukrainians will want to go to neighbouring countries. There are a lot of Ukrainians working in Poland over the last few years. A lot of people go there. Moldova's a tiny country, not a rich country at all, and it's taken tens of thousands of people in the first couple of days. So I think definitely part of the international effort is supporting the neighbouring countries, and part of it is organising a resettlement scheme as well. So that's definitely all got to be part of the plan. There are Ukrainians here in Britain already on short-term visas to pick fruit and so on. Probably 20,000 people last year came on that route. We should be making it quite easy for those people to stay and settle, because those are temporary schemes where they wouldn't have had those rights before. So there are lots of different aspects of what we can do, and I think the more that the governments that are talking about solidarity work together, the better organised a system we can have for Ukrainians themselves and for the different countries and communities who will be taking them in.
That's what the government can do. Just finally, what if people want to lend their help in some way? What can they do?
Well, I think it's a great question that you ask. I think people should look for verified sources of information for charities that are helping Ukrainians that they can trust. They can look at associations of people that are helping with that. And then I think a little bit further down the road, when we have people coming to this country, I think we should be organising a welcoming scheme. It's not just the job of the government to welcome people to our country. It's the job of people in schools and community groups and faith groups and so on. So I think we should all be ready to step up and play our part in that. But at the moment, as well as sharing the news or tweeting about it. I think finding out what people, from Ukraine think that people in Britain can do is a really good thing to do. And the symbolic claims of solidarity are, I think, welcome. But I think practical support for charities working in Ukraine is a really positive, practical thing that people can do as well.
Good to talk to you. Thanks for that. Sunda Katwala, a director of British Future, an immigration and racial integration think tank. The phones, Stevenage, EJ.
Hello, Nick. I was almost falling asleep there. Just want to say that is it bad advice to give weapons and aid the Ukrainians to fight back when they are so tiny compared to the Russians? Asking them to make homemade bombs and giving them weapons to fight. I think they should just surrender and get this thing over with, rather than trying to fight and have more bloodshed.
When you say you were about to fall asleep, in reference to what I was just talking about with that call?
No. I was waiting on the phone too long. But that's fine.
Right.
But this is the thing, is all those callers who are calling in to fight, they do not realize the size of the Ukrainian army and the people compared to the Russian might. And we know the Russians are coming in. They're not crazed killers. They're just not going to randomly kill everyone. They're there to do some operation. And they've actually said to lay down your arms, don't fight, don't resist. And the West is trying to give them weapons, not enough, but just a little bit of weapons here and there. And what will happen is when the Ukrainians use those weapons to kill a few Russians, the Russians will then get angry and then kill back again. So we need to bring it all down and go to diplomacy rather than fighting and weapons and bombs. And it's a crazy situation. And the West is really, I don't think they're helping. They're just hypocrites who go and bomb other places. Now they want to have a fire on Ukraine.
Well, that's the first time I've heard that opinion expressed. That doesn't sound like diplomacy. It sounds like capitulation.
But that's what the West is doing. They're trying to basically send in bits of arms, not going in properly, but then that would be a bad idea for the West, because the West is also scared that anything can happen now. So basically it's best not to send weapons and ask them to make homemade bombs. Just, throw down the weapons, get a white flag, and just wait there until they basically surrender. No bloodshed. Nobody should be killed.
Right. So the answer to somebody invading your country is to just give up.
What do you think? Get killed or give up? What would you do?
Well, the supposition that you're making is that if you show the white flag, that the Russians are going to be nice to you. Where's the evidence that that's true?
Easily true. I mean, do you not know the Russians by now? Or do you think this is a new Russia that you just suddenly discovered in the last few days? Russians are there for a reason. They've never gone in and massacred anyone ever.
Well, that's completely untrue. That's completely untrue. Vladimir Putin defines himself by his extreme reaction to any provocation. That's of all the opinions I thought I was going to get tonight. That's a surprise. All right, thanks, EJ. The International Regional Director for Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and joins us on the phone. Hello, Mary.
Hello.
Mary, so what are your thoughts on what's been happening over the last few days?
Well, we've seen the worst fears realized. We have tens of thousands of Ukrainians who are approaching and entering the borders of Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, Hungary, and Slovakia. And we're calling upon all of the countries, as well as the UK, to allow them visa-free access, to allow them to have at least temporary accommodation, and needs to ensure that they can have a safe access to continue to on whatever destinations they wish to continue onwards.
Those countries that you just described, how easy will it be for them to accommodate a large number of people coming over the border?
Well, I would like to say that Slovakia, Hungary and Poland have imposed visa-free regimes, which is wonderful. And they have, in the instance of Slovakia, assured that Ukrainians trying to cross the border will have access to not only temporary accommodation, but also free medical care. So this is really wonderful, and I would urge that the UK authorities provide the same thing.
What did you make of what Boris Johnson was saying, that he says we will, of course, welcome Ukrainian refugees, while at the same time his government is pushing through the Nationality and Borders Bill, which would prevent that exact thing happening?
He's not doing enough. He should be assuring visa-free access for Ukrainian nationals so that they can apply under the Geneva Refugee Convention for free and unlimited access to the UK and other European countries. And the UK, which is a relatively rich country within the European nations, should afford accommodation and healthcare, employment and training, and etc. Access to Ukrainian refugees.
The UN Refugee Agency called the plans that this government are pushing through, the Nationality and Borders Bill, deeply concerning. We are essentially criminalising the act of arriving in the UK to seek asylum. They say it violates the 1951 Refugee Convention. The government denies this. What's your thoughts on that?
The government is, in fact, effectively denying this. They are not right. They should be upholding the 1951 Convention, and they should be affording all Ukrainian refugees access to the UK in connection with the severe situation in Ukraine.
If the listeners want to give support to your organisation, how would they be able to do that?
Well, they can join up to Amnesty International, which is an organisation which denounces human rights violations, including all the international and humanitarian and human rights law violations. They can also contribute to UK organizations that are contributing to humanitarian activities in Ukraine, including support to women, elderly people, and children who are suffering from the ongoing violations in Ukraine.
Thanks for your time, Marie. Marie Struthers, Amnesty International Regional Director for Eastern Europe and Central Asia. You're listening to LBC. I'm Nick Abbott. The phone number here, 0345 6060 973. Let's talk to Regent's Park. Vance.
Hello, Nick.
Vance.
Nick, today, as usual, Saturdays, I went and got my paper and went to a local cafe to sit and read it for a couple of hours. And the young man sitting next to me was speaking in Russian softly. And then a young woman came in, and she turned out to be his girlfriend. And she was clearly really dejected, really depressed. And she went and sat by the window, and he put his arm around her. And I could see they were both crying. And so I went up to them and I said, sorry, are you from Ukraine? That was the logical question. And they said, no, we're Russians. We're from St. Petersburg. And they were absolutely distraught at Putin's move. They were ashamed of being Russian. They were both crying. And so I asked them a few questions and just let them talk, because that's what they needed. They wanted to talk. And they were telling me that none of their family back in St. Petersburg approve of Putin's war. None of their friends back in Russia approve of what Putin's doing. They were so ashamed and saddened by Putin's move. And I just wonder, Nick, if that is representative of the majority of Russian people, maybe Putin is already yesterday's man.
It's not the first time I've heard of people within Russia protesting against this. Some very prominent Russians have gone public with their opposition to the war, which, of course, if they're in Russia, is very brave of them.
Yeah, but these two young people, they're here to study English. And I've never seen such sad youngsters, such a sad young couple before. And I think Putin might have overplayed his hand.
OK, thank you for that, Vance. 0345 6060 973. There have been rallies across Russia as some very high-profile Russians from the worlds of entertainment, business and journalism have essentially risked their livelihoods and their lives, of course, to speak out against what's happening. Pop stars, actors, musicians, talk show hosts, television personalities and so on have all come together to voice their disapproval. Even some family members of Russia's richest businessman, the daughter of Roman Abramovich, for instance, posted an Instagram picture that read, "Putin wants a war with Ukraine," crossing out the word Russia. The biggest and most successful lie of Kremlin's propaganda is that most Russians stand with Putin, she said. And Lisa Peskova, the daughter of the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, took to Instagram to post a simple message on a black background that says no to war, which might not seem very much to us, but, of course, if you're in Russia, it means a very great deal indeed. Texts. I think Putin is going on about denazification because this will resonate with Russians at home. The country has so many war memorials to the fallen heroes of the Great Patriotic War, World War II to us, which refer to Nazi invaders. It's an empty reference for us, but could mean something to the Russian people who are having the wool pulled over their eyes when he addresses them on Russian television. What's ironic about that, of course, is that the people that suffered the most from the Nazi advancement were Ukrainians, just by dint of geography. Chris texts, when is Boris Johnson going to shut up if he has nothing to offer? And why does Russia still have a UN veto? Ash says, how come Britain is always first to intervene and show solidarity, but always runs away before finishing the task? We should stay the course. For example, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Iraq, Somalia, to name a few. We are with Ukraine. I have a few friends who are in fear of their lives and their loved ones. Peace is the answer, not war. And Chris says, always remember a country is not defined by its leader, but by its people. I feel sorry for the poor Russians who just want to live their lives. This only ends one way. That was interesting news about Elon Musk. It's interesting that the sort of power that used to only be available to nations, that could only be wielded by the governments of countries, is now in the hands of individuals. Vladimir Putin might be able to turn Ukraine's internet off, but Elon Musk can turn it back on again. And there's also the hacking organisation Anonymous. They've declared war on Russia. This sort of hybrid war of multiple enemies rather than just an enemy that you can point a tank at. Vladimir Putin is, as a caller just expressed moments ago, he might have bitten off more than he can chew.
Hello there.
Julian.
Hi. I blame NATO for this. The Ukrainians knew that they were under threat and they applied to join NATO, and NATO was too afraid of the big Russian bogeyman, so they wouldn't let them in. And now look. And all this wringing of hands and, we stand with Ukraine. Well, you could have saved Ukraine by letting them into NATO. Putin wouldn't have bothered to touch Ukraine if they had let them into NATO.
Well, I'm not sure that that's actually a correct reading of the situation, but okay. But what now, though?
What now? While Europe has been sleeping, Putin has been planning. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes after other countries now that are not in NATO.
Yeah, well, he's already threatened Sweden and Finland that they shouldn't think about joining NATO. Not that I think that previous to his advance into Ukraine, they were thinking of it. But what is ironic, I mean, I've said it before, is that by doing this, he's actually brought NATO a much stronger and more united NATO to his borders. Aberystwyth. Hello, Rosanna.
Hi. I have a bit of an issue with, generally the situation with the disparity in treatment between Ukrainian refugees and other displaced people. Now, I don't begrudge Ukrainian refugees the help. I want them to be helped. I want all people to be held to the same standard, and the standard is quantifiably different because Poland, a country that is erecting the largest border wall on the European continent, which scientists say is a environmental disaster because it's so big, they say they will take up to 1 million Ukrainian refugees. Now, they never call displaced people refugees, for starters. Now, what's the difference? They're white. You know, that's an issue. And also, I need to correct an earlier caller of yours. He may well be from a think tank. It's probably one that the funding's not declared. But there is no safe route from Calais to the UK. And that is the issue when we're talking about channel crossings. You can't then point at resettlement schemes that start from other countries, which, yes, we have up to, I think, 20 of them around the world. But unlike most countries in the world, we don't allow people to apply at the border. And because we happen to be an island, we just don't do that. We say we hold out the right for asylum, but we will criminalize you for coming to get that right. It's atrocious, and I think that it needs to be pointed out. Obviously, there's so much to talk about the Ukrainians' situation and Russia's actions. And, I have thoughts on that too, but it cannot go without saying that the rhetorical treatment and the proposed material help offered to Ukrainian refugees is different. And if you ask what is different about them, they are white.
Just going back to what you said about Calais, I don't recall somebody on this programme saying that there was a safe route from Calais. I mean, what the government...
They said that generally there were safe routes without mentioning the fact, and they talk about channel crossings as an issue. They mention generally that there are safe routes, but don't mention that there is no safe route from Calais. I think that's a problem. I frankly don't know how you conduct a responsible conversation without making it very, very clear that there is no other way for them to come and obtain that right, which in the Refugee Convention is obtained by reaching the soil of that country, if not through a resettlement scheme.
Yeah, again, I don't recall anybody on this show saying that there was a safe route from Calais. What I do recall is that I specifically said on more than one occasion that this government is pushing through a bill which specifies that you can't, you must apply for asylum in another country. But by definition, if you apply for asylum in another country, then that would be a safe country, and you can't come here if you have first stepped foot in a safe country, which is the most perfect catch-22 that I think I've ever heard. Thanks for that, Rosanna. 0345 6060 973. Chris says, always remember a country is not... Oh, no, I've read that. Michael says, that EU army doesn't sound like such a bad idea these days. Yes. Croydon. Hello, Paul.
Oh, hello. How's it going?
Good, thanks.
Yeah. I love your show. It's a shame the first time I've spoken to you is in such circumstances. But I just had a philosophical thought. I was listening to one of your sister or rival radio stations, and they spoke to a professor who was in Ukraine, and she spoke what she said, what she wanted to say, and at the end she said, "Can I just say, guys, just take care of the sky, and we'll take care of the ground. No fly zone, etc." And the presenter said, "Look, we can't do that." We reminded her, we can't do that because it might start World War III, etc., what Putin's been saying. And she said, "Look, I just want to say it anyway." And it made me think, just putting myself in their shoes, I wonder if I wonder if there's some sort of thought that freedom in the West is now closed. And it's reminded me of the world order we had before of, wars, Iraq, USA, our security, which we don't always agree of, but that's our security. It wasn't just about wars. I feel it was also about the way our media portrays certain things, our films, like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Harrison Ford in Air Force One. Do you know what I mean? Like even our, James Bond franchise, where we come to the rescue. Eventually, we come to the rescue. Whether it's 7 seconds to go or not, the bomb is averted. It's averted, and we save the day. And it's just not true, is it? Because this is reality. Reality is the mad doctrine. Putin's obviously veered off course, and we are where we are. We can't literally do anything, and we can't do anything because it wouldn't. If we take him by his word or take him by his bluff, it could cause what's it called? Mutual assured destruction.
Yeah.
Is it? Mad doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just I hope it's not insensitive or anything. It was just sort of like a thought I had when the way she was pleading. It just made me think.
Right, so we've become sort of inured to reality. We think that we're going to be saved at the last possible moment by a hero in a dinner jacket and a bow tie.
Yeah, well, more. That's why I said I hope it's not insensitive. But I'm thinking more the guys in. Look, you got Ukraine. I thought Putin was going to stop with those. Is it Donbass and the other place? I thought he was going to stop with those regions because there's, whether it's true or not, it does appear. Or if it's 100% or not, it does appear at least 50% of those regions want to be with Russia. I mean, it's next to Russia. I mean, it's not inconceivable, right? And then another 50% want to be with the West, and then the rest of the country is literally in the West. Ukraine, democratically run country, they've got a president, Zelensky, etc., etc. But it's not. I don't think it's just about. We have to take into account. It's not just about education and jobs and wanting to live free, inverted commas, in the West. It's also what been fed them, which is our films, our culture. And part of our films and culture has been these type of films, like, but you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Yes, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's unique to us in the West. I think that Russian films also have this sort of mystical heroism about them. I think that's just the human condition, that we like to believe that good will win in the end, because in reality it often doesn't. Thanks, Paul. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. If you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Nick texts, when all is said and done, Putin will have to be defeated militarily, with a small chance that he is brought down internally. All else is wishful thinking. Julian says, Ukrainians are fleeing their homes with nothing. Our governments may not be able to stop Putin, but we can and should open our doors to Ukrainian refugees. It's the right thing to do. Southall, Manesh.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to say this is a load of rubbish. The guy who had AJ, he's off his rockers. He's got no idea what's going on in the world. And look, we just have to play to the tune. We've got to look after each other. Where's the issue with that? I know so many Ukrainian people in this country that work hard and they're here to demonstrate to themselves that they can make a living, and they're doing it so well. And these are the people that we need to be welcoming. What's wrong with this government? What's wrong with Boris Johnson? What's wrong with people like AJ to knock these people down? I just don't get it. Honestly, tell me what I'm doing wrong.
Well, Boris Johnson owes his position in large part to his and his government's resistance to accepting those in need coming here from abroad. It's what the people want, apparently.
I'm an immigrant. I came here from Uganda under the old regime of Idi Amin. I didn't have a choice. Guess what? People have a choice now. We have a choice to make. We make a positive contribution to this world and to this country. And, I employ people. We have a successful life. I'm sitting here talking to you on LBC. I mean, that's something, isn't it?
What is, I suppose, what's been highlighted is that what is happening at the moment is countries coming together with a common purpose is the sort of opposite of what has been happening in this country over the last 5 years or so, where we've been dissociating ourselves from the rest of the world.
Well, Nick, that's the whole point. Brexit has a devastating effect. Now we are out on our own, and Putin has looked on that and seized upon it. And he's looked at it and said, England is nothing.
People say with some justification, I think, that Vladimir Putin is in some way partly to blame for Brexit. If he did not have a hand in it personally, then it couldn't have gone better for him, really, because we've spent the last 5 years fighting amongst ourselves rather than looking outwards. The same in America. I'm not the first person to say that it looks like that Putin's fingerprints are all over the election of Donald Trump in America and the decision to leave the European Union here. It seems that Western nations have been busy sort of prosecuting wars within their own border rather than looking to the greater danger outside. Thanks, Manesh. 0345 6060 973. Chris says the West could set up refugee corridors into NATO member countries, which will be flown over by NATO aircraft, and the West could try dialogue with the generals on the ground and, believe it or not, offer amnesty and shelter to Russian soldiers wishing to disarm. Worth a try, says Chris. 0345 6060 973. Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. Your 2 minutes just before the 11:30 news, I think, were some of the most relevant things that have been said tonight. When you talked about the displays of protest in Russia and the prominent Russian people coming out against Putin, because in the end, internal corrosion is what is absolutely devastating, and he can't do much about it, because the more he attacks those people, the more it brings into focus what they're saying. So if you get people condemning him, well-known people, and he attacks them, people think, well, hang on a minute, why does he attack them? And I think that what you've said will actually be more damaging to Putin than anything else that's been said about missiles and tanks and sanctions. That's what will really get him, is the internal corrosion of it.
Yeah, I'm sure that the threats and the actions from outside countries will have a sort of give him and the Russian people, perhaps, who believe in the propaganda, a sort of bunker mentality. They'll group together in order to repel this sort of attack from outside. It's the attack from within that might be the thing that actually does him in.
I think so. And the other thing that I really rang in about was that Biden and Johnson for days were jumping up and down about their intelligence, and that they knew that he was going to attack. They knew he was going to do false flag stuff. They knew that Putin was going to accuse Ukraine of abusing ethnic Russians and all the rest of it. Absolutely full of it. But since he actually moved in, we've had total silence. Now, what would be really interesting to know would be what's their intelligence of what his end game is. What is Putin going to do? Because militarily, he can do what he wants in Ukraine. We can't stop it, and the Ukraine people are not strong enough militarily to prevent it. So where's all this intelligence? Is he going to go to the Dnieper River? Is he going to put a little salient around Kiev? Is he going to leave the rest of what was described by Admiral Chris Parry as the rump of Ukraine to manage itself? Where's all this intelligence now? Where's he going to stop? What's the end game? Because that's particularly important on how the West reacts next.
Well, one of the things that I've heard most about that is that people just don't know what either he wants or where he's going and how much will satisfy him and what his actual plan is. Maybe that's true. Maybe if they did know more, they were not likely to tell us at this point because, by definition, that's part of the Secret Service.
But they were full of telling us all about their intelligence before that. But on the other part, another point was people are going on, he'll go on to Poland, he'll go on to the Baltic states. That's complete rubbish, because at the end of the day, if he amassed 100,000 troops near Romania, NATO would match him up man for man. And unfortunately, Ukraine weren't in NATO, so we couldn't do it. But there's no way that he can actually just move on somewhere else, because if he attacks in the Baltic, we can attack him through Romania or through Turkey. He would have three fronts to deal with. That just is not a feasible proposition. And if you think a little bit broader on this one, if Putin told his military to attack when it was absolutely not guaranteed of success, the military know that what happens in Russia, if you get general staff ordered to complete a campaign and it fails, they're dead men. So if Putin ordered the military to do something that they knew couldn't be successful, they'd take Putin out, because they'd be dead men anyway. So I don't think that this idea that he will go on to attack NATO and try and push the Iron Curtain back is in any way feasible. It's just not pragmatic.
Well, he doesn't have unlimited resources, and it would seem to be something to stretch even the forces that Russia has at its hand to occupy Ukraine, which is a massive country, and then to move on to other countries and defeat those too. It does seem like a bit of an ask, which is probably why he implicitly threatened nuclear warfare if anybody from the outside stood up to him. Thanks, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Chris says the West could... Oh, no, read that. Jim says, I don't think we should continue supporting the Ukrainian government and forces, but I think we should be trying to foment unrest in Belarus. Lukashenko is hated by the majority of Belarusians, and this would cause Putin a major problem. Just a thought, says Jim. More war. 0345 6060 973. Bexley. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick. I'm just wondering, one question. With all this money the Russians are taking off of their people, the oligarchs and Putin and that, and all the profit they got, like in London or other parts of the world, why can't we get the Ukrainians over here to live in their houses or sell all their property to give the money to supplement them coming over to these countries?
What I've heard, which seems quite extraordinary, really, given the circumstances, is that the government is constrained somewhat by the possibility of legal action if they take assets from, certain individuals that have connections to the Russian regime. And I think that one of the reasons that they're saying that is that because people all over the world, the international criminal super rich, come to Great Britain because our legal system is one of the best for them. It protects them against us poor dopes who pay taxes. That's the way it's set up here. Everything has been set up in favour of those with the most money, not necessarily those who happen to be in the right.
Okay, I just thought there was some sort of because if you're a foreign person and you live in Italy or Spain or that, and they can take your houses without, and the government can take your houses without even letting you know. And I wonder why it couldn't be done in England as well as these other countries. Like, it seems to me when people go to live in Italy, Spain, or like that, since we joined the European Union, they've had some of their houses, they can't buy houses, or they've had them taken away from them.
Yeah, that's why they prefer to come to London, is because the system is set up specifically for their benefit. That's why the worst people in the world come to London to go through a divorce. That's why the worst people in the world come to London to wash the money that they've stolen from the people at home. That's why London is called Londonistan and Londongrad. That's why many people say that this country is actually, by the amount of money that flows through it, the most crooked country on earth. It's 3 minutes past midnight. This is Nick Abbott on LBC. For the next hour, I'm taking your calls and messages on the Ukraine conflict. Earlier this evening, as you've just been hearing, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, announced fresh financial sanctions against Russia.
I will now propose to EU leaders the following measures. First, we commit to ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed from SWIFT. This will ensure that these banks are disconnected from the international financial system and harm their ability to operate globally. SWIFT is the world's dominant global interbank payment system. Cutting banks off will stop them from conducting most of their financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports. Second, we will stop Putin from using his war chest. We will paralyze the assets of Russia's central bank. This will freeze its transactions, and it made it impossible for the central bank to liquidate assets. And finally, we will work to prohibit Russian oligarchs from using their financial assets on our markets. All of these measures will significantly harm Putin's ability to finance his war. And they will have an severely eroding impact on his economy. Putin embarked on a path aiming to destroy Ukraine. But what he's also doing, in fact, is destroying the future of his own country.
That was the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, reacting to the news on this programme, LBC's Washington correspondent Simon Marks.
They have now agreed to remove some Russian banks from the SWIFT interbank system. We've talked about this before. SWIFT is the big international payments messaging system that allows members of SWIFT, financial institutions all over the world, to send money to and from one another. This statement says that selected Russian banks are being removed from the SWIFT messaging system. I think there will be lots of questions about what that word selected means and why this is not applying to all Russian banks. They're also taking actions, they say, to prevent the Russian central bank, Russia's equivalent of the Bank of England, from deploying its international reserves to undermine the impact of the sanctions that have already been unveiled. They say that they are going after an additional group of individuals and entities who are facilitating the war in Ukraine and the harmful actions of the Russian government. They are limiting, and indeed the Germans have already announced tonight they are ending the sale of those so-called golden passports that have allowed so many Russian oligarchs to buy their way into citizenship in the UK and many other countries around the world.
That was LBC's Washington correspondent Simon Marks. Also speaking earlier this evening, the Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
I think we have to face the hideous reality that the diplomacy, as far as President Putin was concerned, was a charade. He never really intended to alter his course. You read the article that he wrote many months ago. It was clear that he's attached to a weird, semi-mystical view of Ukraine as part of Russia. And that is a view that the Ukrainian people fervently, passionately reject. And they're showing that they will fight to reject it. Our job now is to help them, to help change the very heavy odds that they face. And that's why we're sending the support that we are.
That was Boris Johnson speaking from RAF Bryce Norton. So what do we need to do now in the West? Will these sanctions be enough? Other countries have, of course, been sanctioned in the past, North Korea, Iran, Syria, and so on. And that has not precipitated a regime change. In fact, actually quite the reverse. So is it enough? Should we be doing more? 0345 6060 973. What would you do if you were a leader of a Western country? Or indeed this one specifically. Edinburgh. Hello, Al.
Hi.
When you watch the news, you see, people with such dignity and bravery. But they all, one of the questions that comes up is, where are your planes? And I think, well, how would we feel if Kiev falls, and we could have prevented that? So I just think we should give air support.
Well, the thing that people say in relation to that is that if you give air support, then almost certainly you will start having you'll have like air battles.
Yes.
And then that's us at war with Russia.
Well, we kind of are already, and I think, there's a chance it'll happen anyway, it'll escalate anyway. I think it's probably better to preempt it and to minimize it, really. But I think it's really important, in my view, I'm not an expert, but I think it'd be really important to protect Kiev.
Yeah, I suppose that, in some ways we are actually at war with them, and the sort of actions that we're taking to hobble the Russian economy might be seen in Russia as acts of war in themselves.
Yeah, I think it's just better to be overt about it. I'm not saying that anything being done now is bad. Quite the opposite. But I think it's just time to be a bit more overt about it. And we did sign the Budapest Agreement, and of all the parties that signed that, Ukraine, UK, USA, Russia, the only party to have observed that agreement is actually Ukraine.
Yeah, the Budapest Agreement was. I don't know if it's my reading of it that's incorrect, but I don't think it meant that we would come to the protection of Ukraine. I just think it was an agreement that we wouldn't use force against them.
I think it was more an implication. Whether or not the legality is clear, I don't know. But I think the principle of it was to assure their security. And so, given that that's the spirit of the agreement, I think that's, I think it's a bit tenuous for NATO to kind of hide behind the, if you're not a NATO member, we're not going to help you. I think
but that is the nature of the agreement. But that is the nature of the organisation, though, isn't it? You're a NATO member, then you contribute to the group by spending on the military. You can't. It's like us with the European Union. We can't leave the European Union and then expect to have all the benefits of being in the European Union. You can't have your cake and eat it, in Boris Johnson's famous phrase. Yeah,
but you have exceptional circumstances. And I think this is pretty exceptional.
It certainly is. Thanks for that, Al. 0345 6060 973. So he was referring to that Budapest memorandum. It was the US, Russia and Britain which committed to respect the independence and the sovereignty of the existing borders of Ukraine. Of course, Russia has gone back on that, obviously. And the purpose of it was to persuade Ukraine to give up their nuclear arsenal, which they had built up by being part of the USSR. It was the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world, something of almost 2,000 nuclear warheads. So that was the idea. You give up your nukes, and we promise not to use force against you. What it didn't say, as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, was that we would agree to protect you from others using force against you. And I know that might sound like a little bit of a cop-out, but I think that was the agreement. 0345 6060 973. Jake texts, China and India both abstained in the vote in the UN. Definitely a problem for Putin. It's interesting that people were wondering what China was going to do, and this was the vote in the UN that condemned Russia's actions, and I think there were 3 countries that abstained. Russia, of course, voted against the adoption of that proposal. Of course they did. But people were wondering what China was going to do, and China's playing a sort of cagey game here because they don't want, while they are sort of in consort with Russia to a certain extent. They don't want to annoy the West too much because that's where they sell all their stuff.
Good evening. How are you?
Yes, Siggy. Very well, thanks. I know you've been waiting a very long time. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. I wanted to call up because of that guy. I think he was from Stevenage talking about putting up the white flag and surrendering it, be peaceful.
Oh, yes.
I mean, quite frankly, that's completely untrue. I mean, the videos coming from social media are completely, disgusting, quite frankly. Russian missiles have been fired at an apartment block in Kyiv. We've seen, a Russian tank running over a poor man in his car, driving down the road. And if that is called peaceful surrender, then, we don't know the meaning of peaceful. And I mean, look at President Zelensky, someone from such a country, you wouldn't think that the power and the importance, he's such a strong president. Look at him. He's there. He's saying, I'm fighting to the last man. People have offered him tickets out of there. And he said, I'm staying with my people. To do that, I'm completely all the way with him. I have a friend, Daniel. His family is from Ukraine. He has family in the West. His older cousin is stuck in Kyiv. And to see such a friend hurting and his family hurting, it's devastating. For someone to say that the Russians are there for peaceful surrender, they're there to strip the Ukrainians of their freedom, of why they left the Soviet Union. The Russians accuse it, saying that we're coming for President Zelensky and then his family. Is that peaceful to you? Because it's definitely not peaceful to me.
No, I think you'd have to be completely deluded to think that the Russians were interested in who were entering Ukraine in search of peace.
Yeah, totally. I think what we're doing quite now. I wasn't, to be completely honest with you, to be completely honest with the viewers, and my friends will know, Boris Johnson wasn't in my good books after what's been happening. But what he laid out in Parliament a few days ago, and all the House agreeing with him in these sanctions, I think we're making progress as much as we can. We need to completely isolate the Putin regime and Russia. Despite the majority of Russian people not wanting it, we need to isolate them completely. We're seeing the league doing it. We're seeing Formula One doing it. We need to do it politically, democratically, until Putin realizes and stops believing his own lies that it's just Russia. We just need Russia. We want Ukraine. We want to, strengthen Russia. It's not like that. We need to completely isolate him until it's just Russia by themselves. And then they think, hold on a minute, where are we getting this money from? Where are we putting our money in these banks? Where are we selling our gas to? And eventually, it's not going to be the powerful Russia that we've seen, the most powerful country on the planet, yet they can't even take a country that's 3-4 times smaller than theirs.
Yeah, I think that people have been making fun of the proposals or the moves to ban Russia from the Eurovision Song Contest. I mean, it sounds silly, and to take F1 away from them, and teams refusing to play Russia at football, and taking the Champions League away from them, and it all seems so superficial. But I think that these messages will get through to the Russian people, and it will get through the propaganda, because if you show up to a football stadium and the game is off, then that's a message that will be quite clear, and it will be the opposite of what they're probably hearing on Russian television. So,
exactly, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
And think of we'll take Sochi for example, the Formula One Grand Prix. I'm a lover of Formula One. Come to think of it, the amount of money people will pay for tickets, flights, hotels over to Russia to watch, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen battle it out. They're not going to get that money. That money is not going to go to the Russian economy. It's not going to go to Moscow's tourism. It's not going to go to, Aeroflot, for example. They're going to really, we saw the stocks. They lost 240 billion within less than 24 hours. Honestly, Putin, the propaganda is unbelievable. It really is.
I think that we have to really hope that the Russian people, it really becomes focused to them what has actually happened in their own country, because the wealth of the Russian people appears from outside has been stolen from them, and in large amounts has been brought to London, where where oligarchs swan around as though they own the place, because in great amount they actually do.
Yeah, quite. I think it was. I think it was the first day of the major invasion, and I think
he just hung up on himself. Thanks for that, Ziggy. Better luck next time. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. Just one question to my producer. Have I taken a break yet? He's thinking about it? No? We're unsure. Let's take a call while we try and figure out precisely what it is one way or the other. Brighton. Hello, James. James. Too late. How about Newcastle? Jack.
Yeah, hi.
Jack.
Yeah?
Yes, Jack.
Yes, hi. I want to say that I don't think all these sanctions the Europeans are doing right now, it won't work as long as we buy the oil.
Yeah, we are in a weird position, aren't we? Because we seem to be at some sort of state of war with Russia, but at the same time, we are still buying their number one export.
Yeah, it won't. Most of the economy of Russia, if you check it out, is basically the oil.
Yeah, oil and gas. I think gas is even more important to them. But
Yeah, too. Gas is even more important. And that's why they can't block all the banks. That's why they only said selected banks they take out of SWIFT. So basically the Western, we're not dealing well with it.
Also, it's rather ironic that this situation that Putin has devised is actually they're actually profiting from, because the price of oil and gas has gone through the roof, so they're making even more money from their major exports.
Yeah, and a lot of if we block, let's say all the banks are blocked, all the banks get blocked. Calm moment, kid!
Okay. 0345 6060 973. John says, it's not nuclear, it's chemical weapons. Putin's an expert and has enough rockets to burst them over many countries without anyone knowing straight away what the consequences would be. Martin says, the last thing the UK needs is Boris Johnson making an idiotic decision to go to war with Russia. Let's face it, he wants his day, just like Putin, two dangerous people. I'm not sure we're in much danger of Boris Johnson declaring war on Russia, but stranger things have happened, I suppose. Shepherd's Bush. Hello, Luke.
Hi, evening.
Luke.
I was listening to your last call, actually, about, the Russian Grand Prix. I don't follow it, but by the time that comes and goes, there'll be nothing left of Ukraine. I just think maybe that the UK, instead of just watching this unfold and we're going to be really embarrassed and really regret this. I think if we don't do something, and I think we should go separately away from NATO and, stick up for Ukraine. The sanctions are going to take 6 to 8 months to work. So I think really we've got to do something about it.
Well, yes, but the thing that would give you pause for thought, though, is that we appear to be against a man who's not totally with it. He seems to be somewhat borderline nuts.
Yeah, but at the same time, we can't, be afraid. More than say Russians should be afraid of nuclear. We have to, I think, try and do what's right. Regardless of the consequences, really. And if we do that, then we end up with a planet that is, free, or a planet that doesn't exist. Maybe I still think we can't watch those people suffering like that. If that was us, we'd be screaming for help. So, I think we've got to try and do something. And maybe even if we do something alone without America and without the rest of NATO, maybe he won't use nuclear weapons. I just think we can't just stand by and watch this happen. Personally.
Okay, thanks, Luke. 0345 6060 973. Louise says, tell Putin Ukraine will never join NATO, but if Russia ever steps foot in Ukraine, NATO will come in hard and fast. Putin has 2 days to withdraw troops or we're all coming in. Tell Putin Ukraine will never join NATO, but if Russia ever steps foot in Ukraine, NATO will come in hard and fast. Right, so we would have to tell him to get out first, and that's not going to happen. Millie texts, I'm ashamed of NATO, all standing around looking through the window at the playground bully. I'm the daughter of a Royal Marine who was shot and wounded in one of Britain's small wars in 1962 in Borneo, rescuing hostages. I'm sure my dad is turning in his grave, and don't get me started on Trump, says Millie. There's a couple of videos that really hit home to me today, and I urge you to watch both of them. One was Vladimir Zelensky's video message to the people of Russia. It's about 8 minutes long, and he's speaking in Russia, but there's the translation that you'll see on YouTube. Really emotional. Just such a great speech, and he seems to be a very impressive leader. He used to be a television comedian. That's one thing that you should take time to watch. There's been a few of his videos, but it's the one where he's just speaking in what looks like a studio or a room of some sort, directly to the camera. There's also ones outside saying, I'm still here, I'm not going anywhere, and so on. But it's the message to the Russian people. It's very, very good. And the opposite of that was this... the Republicans in America are having a meeting in Florida at the moment, Orlando, I think, and they're having a CPAC meeting, but alongside it, they're having what's called an AFPAC, which is America First. And there's a chap on stage who is saying, what America has that other countries can only dream of is our young white men. And we should stand with Russia. And the crowd start chanting Putin's name. Now, this is a sort of a side meeting of a big Republican convention in Florida, where the crowd is whooping and cheering in support of Vladimir Putin and what he's doing over there. We've come to a really strange place in the West. And I think that, in large part, Vladimir Putin's got his fingerprints all over it. I mean, the Russia report was ignored, still is, by our government. And the intelligence services in this country said that Vladimir Putin had his fingerprints perhaps all over the European referendum, and that the government, its repeated refrain that we did not find any evidence of Russian interference was specifically because they did not look for it, for fear of what they would find. Now, the assumption that comes from that is that they knew that it was going on, but as long as you don't look for it, you won't find it. If Vladimir Putin did not have his fingerprints all over the EU referendum, and he didn't have some input into electing Donald Trump, and the consequences of those two events, the fighting within the borders of this country and America, if Putin didn't have anything to do with it, then it could not possibly have gone any better for him. So the assumption has to be that he, in some small or large part, was actually responsible for both of those things. He's been playing us. I do think he had a point that the reliance on Russia for fossil fuels simply gave Putin more power. This is the argument that we should be more self-sufficient and look at phasing in renewable energy. Well, I thought we were doing that. He says, as for Trump's diplomatic skills, some might say a narcissist gets on with a narcissist. Well, they got along just fine. Because Donald Trump only has two speeds. He has a sort of fawning genuflection to dictators and those that compliment him, and a sort of snarling childish aggression to those that don't. And Putin is of the first category, the former. He loves him. Belfast. Hello, Mark. Mark.
Nick, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Nick, it's absolutely breaking my heart to listen to how many people in the West are prepared to fight to the last drop of Ukrainian blood. it's just I'm sitting here listening how nasty. The West are not getting involved in this fight. We're all sitting in our nice warm homes telling the Ukrainians to fight and fight. This war hasn't even begun. And I just think that we don't have tanks sitting outside our homes or aircraft flying over our homes. And just have a wee bit of thought. It's the innocent Ukrainian people who are going to pay for this. And, we're sitting here egging them on, pushing them on. The Russian army, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
The Russian army, from what I can tell after listening, this war hasn't even begun, unfortunately. What I see is going to happen just quickly is within a week or two, and it is Kiev. It's not Kyiv. It's Kiev. Once they surround Kiev, they will give the President Zelensky the chance to get out. And I pray, for the sake of the Ukrainian people, that he leaves. And I understand that a lot of people will say, in the West will say, no, he should stay and he should martyr himself. He should make the war worse. Get into a helicopter, get across the border, get this war over, save as many of your people as you can. I know there's people sitting in the West with their popcorn, ready to push you on and fight to the last drop of your sons' and daughters' blood. Please, President Zelensky, get in a helicopter and get out. End this war. End it now. The Russians are probing. They are not fighting. When they probe and they find out exactly where the Ukrainians are, they will move in and they will be ruthless. They will murder and they will murder. The West will sit back, do nothing, but encourage the Ukrainians to fight a First World Army. Please have a bit of respect, have a bit of thought for the Ukrainian people. You don't have a tank burning down on your home. And these people sitting in the West, I can't believe. And David Lammy earlier on says, we will win, we will beat Putin. David Lammy is not fighting in the war. As far as I know, he's not signed up to fight in this war. He's in his warm house in London, shouting and encouraging people to lose their lives.
But you seem to be saying that the Ukrainians should just give up and not fight.
What I'm saying, if it had been different, if the West had have taken the opportunity to help them, then I would say they would stand a chance. They do not stand a chance. Please do not listen to the West. Do not listen to these people who come on night after night and encourage you.
Well, the Ukrainians aren't protecting their own homeland because the West is urging them on. They're doing it because they feel so strongly that nothing else is a possibility for them. And what did you mean? What did you mean when you said it's Kiev, not Kyiv?
You see, the thing about it is, the West, we have always called it Kiev. 3 or 4 weeks ago,
to be clear, that's the Russian pronunciation, right?
But we have always called it that. We don't call it Paris. Yeah. We don't call it Moscow. We have always called it Kiev. That's not political. That's what the West called it.
No, but it is political now because the Ukrainians pronounce it Kiev, right?
No, because Fox News a few weeks ago gave out a statement saying that they're going to take political sides and it's not Kiev, that it's Kyiv. The Daily Mail,
Fox News,
the right-wing Trump-led Fox News, said that it's called Kyiv. Call it Kyiv if you want to support the people in Ukraine. I support the people in Ukraine. I don't want journalists who I'm listening to. When I hear a journalist saying Kyiv, I know what side they're on. And I just don't know if I'm getting the proper information from them. Because from the get-go,
wait a minute, back up. So you think that by pronouncing it in the way that Ukrainians do, then you're siding with the Russians? That doesn't make any sense.
No. That's not what I'm saying. The West has always called it Kiev.
Yeah, but the West calls it Paris, but don't make it.
No, you're misunderstanding me, Nick. We don't call it Paris. The Parisians call it Paris.
Right.
We don't call it Moscow. The Americans call it Moscow. We call it Moscow. The Ukrainians call it Kyiv.
Yeah.
The West, we in the West and the United Kingdom and America call it Kiev. You see now, any journalist comes onto your TV screen and calls it Kyiv. They're taking their lead from Fox News.
No, they're not. They're taking their lead from how the Ukrainians pronounce their own capital city.
The Ukrainians have called their capital city Kyiv.
Yes.
For the last hundreds of years. When have we ever called it Kyiv?
What's that got to do with it? But, so we've been getting it wrong all this time. You're making absolutely no sense at all. But we're going around in a tight circle there, Mark, and I don't think we're going to get anywhere. If people are calling it Kyiv now, in recognition of how the Ukrainians pronounce their own capital city's name. If you say Kiev, I mean, that just might be by force of habit, but it also might be a political decision to imply that it belongs to Russia. 0345 6060 973. Kath says, if Russian troops take western Ukraine near Poland, a NATO member, we will be at war. Sue says, can we please help children here who will be worried beyond belief? They are living through situations that have no solution right now. They are so important and we must support them. I'm scared. They must be terrified. Put them first. Put our children first. 0345 6060 973. Kingston upon Thames. Hello, Ken. Oh, Ken. Too late. India. Arindam.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I think I'm going to take a slightly different path here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really going to go to the United Nations Security Council thing, where China, India, and UAE abstained.
Abstained, yeah.
In my mind, abstain means, and I heard this from one of your guys yesterday. I think the gentleman was from St. Andrews University, who said abstaining really means I've seen a crime, I've seen an accident, and I walked away. And I am ashamed that my country did that. Completely ashamed that my country did that. We have parts of our country that China claims, Arunachal Pradesh. So if China comes into Arunachal Pradesh, I'm just wondering what we would do, what the world would do, how the world would react to us.
Yeah, I mean, China does tend to abstain a lot. But I think what the West was waiting for was to see whether they were going to veto the resolution. This was a resolution denouncing the Russian invasion of Ukraine. China, India, and the UAE abstained from the vote, and the West took that, particularly with China, as something of a win.
Yeah, Nick, I don't think that was a win. That was major countries, especially China and India, just staying away. Oh, we don't want to get into this.
I think maybe it also might be that China doesn't want to veto, it wants to sit on the fence because, of course, it has designs on places
Taiwan.
that might also cause the UN to introduce a resolution denouncing it for that. So it doesn't want to. So it doesn't want to go along with the resolution to denounce Russia. and it doesn't want to veto it, perhaps because it wants to keep some relationship with the West. So maybe an abstention was all that it was left for them.
Oh, yes. What about my country, India?
Well, you tell me.
Why did we have to abstain?
Well, why do you think?
Why did we have to abstain?
Why do you think?
I think because we don't have any balls. That's it. All I think of now is that China has claimed one state in the northeast corner of our country, and they will possibly just march in there. There's a land border there. And then, of course, there's Taiwan.
Yes, I guess that's a possibility.
It's not a possibility. I think it's a certainty.
Ethan texts, if an invading army was advancing on London, would Johnson stay behind to defend it like Zelensky? No. He'd be on the first private helicopter to the nearest airport with a private jet, and he'd be out of here so fast he'd leave the pilot behind. Kingston upon Thames. Hello, Ken.
Hi, Nick. First time caller to your show.
Welcome along.
I've thought of something that might, I don't know, be a bit useful, and none of the powers that be have really indicated that we must deal with Putin now, or we're going to have to deal with him in the future. Because if anybody thinks that Putin is going to stop at where he is at the moment, he is not. He'll go straight the way through. He'll see how the West is so wishy-washy and not really doing anything, or at least not doing very much, and that will embolden him, and he'll go right to the other side of the world, and he'll take as many Baltic countries as he likes, because I don't think anybody is going to stop him, especially NATO, when they just turn around and say, oh no, we won't come into your... I mean, if everybody in NATO, plus the few satellite states, got together and whacked this guy big time, I don't think he would use nuclear weapons, because we've got France, us, America, and God knows who else have also got nuclear weapons. I don't think he's a pretty savvy geezer. I don't think he'll be stupid enough to start a world war. Whilst he's got the threat of the world war, of nuclear, he can do what he likes. I don't think he's going to stop it.
Well, quite possibly, but one of the things that's actually going to restrict his ability to do that, though, is that he has limited resources, which are becoming more limited by the day with these sanctions. And charging into a country is one thing, but occupying it is something else entirely, and it takes an enormous amount of resources and money. The amount of that he has of both of those things is dwindling by the day. But then to occupy one country and then go into another one. I mean, I am no expert at all, but it does seem like a bit of an ask.
Well, I think you've got a very good point, but the point that I'm trying to make is that I just don't think he will stop. He'll be on a roll, and he'll just... One of your chaps was saying that at the moment it's only a testing situation. He's feeling his way. He hadn't unleashed his dogs of war yet, but once he does, then they'll sweep right the way through, I reckon. I pray and hope I'm totally, completely wrong, utterly wrong, but I don't trust that guy as far as I could throw him.
I think you might be right about the nuclear thing, though, because he is by many accounts the richest man in the world, and he likes his money, and he likes his luxury, and he likes his big houses and all of the rest of it. And there's not much point in having all of that if what you're looking at is smoking irradiated ruin.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more with that.
All right, thanks a lot, Ken. I'm going to leave it there because the time's running out, but thanks, Ken. 0345 6060 973. Nottingham, Alex.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for taking my call. Having lived and worked in Ukraine for 30 years, I was completely thrown off by that fellow from Belfast and his semiotics about Kiev and Kiev. I mean, do we show Peking respect by Beijing respect, the Chinese respect by calling their capital Peking still? I don't know. Anyway, that's not the point I'm calling in for. I'm convinced that going to sports or relating to sports, I'm convinced that Russia should be banned from hosting any international competitions and participating in any competitions right up until Putin's in power. In other words, a complete and utter ban on all participation, including individual participation, tennis players, the lot. And then the other point I'd like to make is about the memorandum, Budapest memorandum, because I was doing some consulting work for the Ukrainian parliamentary group on nuclear disarmament at that time. And if you just give me a minute, I'll explain that this was a hodgepodge agreement put together to pressure Ukraine into getting rid of its nuclear weapons. The Ukrainians wanted to give up their nuclear weapons. They wanted to either have facilities constructed on their territory to dispose of the fissile material or to ship it to the U.S. The U.S. Congress agreed on that, but Clinton, being a good pal of the Russians, was convinced by Yeltsin that Yeltsin and Russia will have peaceful intentions towards Russia, so it's easier and cheaper to ship Ukraine's nuclear warheads to Russia. And that's how we got where we are, because the memorandum language talks about reassurances and respect, and you're quite right. There's no mechanism built in there that means that any of the signatories have any responsibilities or committed to take any action if any of the other signatories violates the treaty. In other words, there are no horizontal disincentives. However, at the same time, don't be fooled by the fact it's called the memorandum. It was signed by presidents and prime ministers. It's a fully fledged but a messy document. It was done as an expedient, and talking to some of the American chief negotiators last year, they said it was something that they hoped at the time. They were trying to sweep this issue under the carpet, and it was something that they would never have to return to. Now, just one more point relating to this. In a way, it's a shame that the Ukrainians never invoked Article 3 of the Budapest Memorandum, because there it talks that they have the right to convene a meeting of all the signatories if they feel economic or political pressure from Russia, not just from any of the signatories, not just military pressure. Russia has waged countless political campaigns to destabilize Ukraine, and also economic wars against Ukraine, but Ukraine never actually convened a meeting of the signatories of the Budapest Memorandum, and hence didn't test whether that agreement had any teeth. Now, we can argue why they didn't, but one of the reasons is because many of the mid-level bureaucrats responsible for imposing or carrying out Ukrainian foreign policy were actually fifth columnists representing the Kremlin. Very often Russian citizens violating Ukrainian law, which says you cannot have dual citizenships. It's a very complex part of the world. So when people say that Britain shouldn't get involved, people shouldn't get involved in this distant war or whatever, the UK did take on a legal responsibility at the highest level, signed by John Major, to give assurances to protect Ukraine when it gave up its nuclear weapons. And remember, this is a keystone document as far as the preserving the nuclear or non-proliferation regime, one of the key goals for all of the major powers in the world.
Can I just one second? Can I just ask you about what you just said? We made a commitment to protect them. Is that right? I thought we made a commitment not to use force against them.
You made a commitment. The UK made a commitment to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and assurances of their independence and sovereignty, but no guarantees. Right. Now, that's the argument. What's the difference between assurances and guarantees? That's where the supporters argue that an assurance is the same as a guarantee.
Yeah.
Those who take the other interpretation don't want to get involved and say no,
So
reassurance is nowhere like a guarantee.
Right, so it's one of those legal... It's a loophole, actually.
Absolutely,
it's a
but
get-out.
again, I just repeat what I said. This was done rapidly. It was done quickly under Russian pressure, and because Ukraine was actually threatened to become a pariah state when it needed Western assistance.
Yeah.
Ukraine was forced to swallow this agreement in large part. Otherwise, it would have gone the way of North Korea if it would have tried to even bargain, reach a better bargain for itself. And of course, it couldn't break through the chummy agreement between Yeltsin and Clinton. We all remember those photos of how they were best buddies, smiling, laughing away, and everybody believed that there would be no recrudescence of Russian imperialism, that Russia was on the way to some kind of democracy.
It did seem like like a new dawn, like a positive move that America and Russia were talking to each other, and the USSR was disintegrating. It seemed like a good thing, not necessarily anymore. All right, that was very interesting. Thanks, Alex.